Hello guys! Hello Jerome! Hello Bomber! Hello Official! How are you guys doing? What's up guys? I'm doing alright. I'm still recovering a little bit from a sickness. I've been hacking and coughing and all the gross stuff. But other than that, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty excited for today. Went and got some things, got a cool package delivered that I'm gonna unbox with you guys later. But first, I think we're gonna start dyeing my hair. Because, I am bored of it a little bit. I'm not gonna do it too different. I'm just gonna touch it up a bit. Do like a hair treatment with it. But yeah, I'm still a little bit sick. But we're gonna do, some hair dyeing today. And we're also gonna do, a get ready with me. And then an unboxing. It's a little bit out of order in the title. But you're playing COD, nice. Glad to hear you're doing good, Jerome. Okay, alright, let me find some copyright-free music. Alright. Alright, are you guys ready? You guys ready? I'm gonna start dyeing my hair now. Actually, let me alert the Discord that I'm live. Give me one sec, guys. I gotta grab my hairbrush. Okay, don't mind the mess in the background, guys. I'm in the middle of moving, so everything's a little bit discombobulated. We're gonna be cleaning that today. Thanks, Boogie. I hope you have a great day. Hello, Anonymous Incognito. How are you doing? Thank you! I'm actually about to dye it. And probably cut it too. Alright, I got it all brushed and in a ponytail. I'm going to clear off my space so I can make room for all the stuff that I'm gonna use. Yeah, I'm gonna be changing the color a little bit. We're gonna do something different. First, I'm gonna put some oil on my face because I've been out all day and it feels dry. I've had quite a bit of a breakout because I've been sick and I haven't been on top of my skincare because I've been doing so shitty health-wise. But we're getting on top of it now. What's up, Cone? How you doing? You guys ever get that way when you're sick? The cleaning and the skincare and everything just like falls apart. That's how I get. Dude, I don't know what I had. It felt like COVID or something. I'm like still hacking. Hi, Rocky. Is the audio okay when I don't mute the mic, guys, or is it too echoey? How'd you find the stream, Cone? Welcome in. Okay. Face is clean. I was not just chatting. What section should I be in if I'm not playing a video game and I'm doing my hair and I'm chatting when people chat with me? I've responded to every single message in my chat today. Not my fault you guys aren't chatting with me. Yo, what's being unboxed? It's a surprise, actually. Thank you for the follow. I gotta move my camera down. Oop, too far. What section should I be in? Please tell me. I'll go to it. Just chatting is like the section for all things that aren't gaming. And bikini hot tub. And makeup. Which we're not doing makeup and hair the whole time, so I don't want to go in like the beauty channel, really. Thank you so much, Carlos. You're so sweet. Hello, how are you doing? Watching some things? Yeah, we can watch some things. I'd be down. And react to them, maybe? Yeah, I would be super down for that. We could listen to the Andrew Huberman podcast that came out today that I was listening to earlier. Or we could watch the new Andrew Callahan video. Let's see. I'm still like a bit sick, so if I'm not talking so much, it's like sometimes I can't breathe. I just straight up can't breathe. It's like this like dry congestion that really sucks. And I'm like coughing and hacking shit up. So if I get a little quiet, I'm still recovering from a sickness, guys. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mizu. I appreciate it. It's been rough, honestly. Oh, that's cool, Carlos. Neck was like, chest probably hurt the most, and the jugular was like very precarious, but it was cool. Which best tattoo for men's? Can you show me? Wait, what? What do you mean? Like, what tattoo do I think is better for men? Or which of my tattoos do I think men like more? I don't understand the question. Hello, Ernesto. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. How you doing? I'm gonna mute when I cough because it sounds gross. Okay. Welcome in, Dominican fried cheese. Okay, so I picked up these hair extensions and some hair dyes that I'm going to be playing with. We're going to redo my hair. It's like this really pretty blue. I'm actually changing to another color right now. Oh, cool, Sentry. Very cool. So yeah, these are the hair extensions I got. Oh no, I didn't get clips for them. These ones don't come with clips. That's okay. We'll still make them work. They are Zip Looks hair extensions. They're synthetic. How many inches? I don't know if it says how many inches. But this is what they look like. Might have to go back to Sally's and get some clippies for them at some point. But we're just gonna go with it for now. I am gonna dye my hair, but these are extensions that I'm kind of flowing with my hair as I dye it. Here, I'll put on a video to react to. Give me one sec. We can watch the new Andrew Huberman. Hey, thank you for the follow. This one came out 9 hours ago. It's with Dr. K. Tai. It's about the biology of social interactions and emotions. Very interesting, very cool, right up my alley. Let's see here.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science.
Let me put it on the screen.
Science-based tools for everyday life. I'm
Is
Andrew
it too
Huberman,
late
and I'm
now
a
to
professor
say
of neurobiology
sorry?
and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine.
I'm
My guest
missing
today
more
is
than
Dr.
just
K.
your
Tai.
body.
Dr. K. Tai is a professor of neuroscience at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies. She did her training at MIT and at Stanford and is currently an investigator with the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. which is a highly curated group of individuals who are incentivized to do high-risk, high-reward work and pioneer new areas of biological study. Throughout her career, Dr. Katai has made fundamental breakthroughs into our understanding of the brain, including demonstrating that a brain area called the amygdala, which most people associate with fear and threat detection, is actually involved in reinforcement of behaviors and experiences that are positive and involve reward. Her current work focuses on various aspects of social interaction, including what happens when we feel lonely or isolated. Indeed, today Katai will tell us about her discovery of so-called loneliness neurons that give us that sense that we are not being fulfilled from our social interactions. She also describes a phenomenon she discovered called social homeostasis, which is our sense that we are experiencing enough, not enough, or just enough social interaction, irrespective of whether or not we are an introvert or an extrovert. We also talk about social hierarchies and social rank, how people and animals tier out into so-called alphas and betas, subordinates.
You really needed this topic? Awesome. Andrew Huberman's great. Definitely check him out if you don't know him yet.
That discussion, especially interesting. And we talk about the role of social media and online interactions and why, despite extensive interaction with many, many individuals, those social media and online interactions can often leave us feeling deprived in specific ways. We talk about the neurochemical, the neural circuit, and some of the hormonal aspects of social interactions. It's a discussion that, by the end, will have you thinking far more deeply about what is a social interaction and why certain social interactions leave us feeling so good, others feeling sort of meh, and why other social interactions or lack of social interactions can often leave us feeling quite depleted, even depressed. It's a conversation central to mental illness and the understanding of things like depression and anxiety, PTSD, and isolation. And it's a conversation central to mental health and in order to build healthy social interactions. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Tai, Dr. K. Tai, welcome.
Andy Huberman, what a treat.
Folks are going to hear you call me Andy and wonder if my name is Andy. I always know who I'm speaking to according to whether or not they call me Andrew, which is my family and people that I know after a certain period of my life, Drew, which are people that know me through my very brief and a non-illustrious career in boxing, and Andy, which are people that met me as I was coming up through science. Let's just put it this way. There was another Andrew. We did a coin flip and I lost. So Andy is fine. Andrew's fine, whatever makes you comfortable. What's important today is not how anyone refers to me, but rather the discussion about your work, which is spectacular. I've known you a long time and I've been following your career, and it's just been amazing and wonderful to see the contributions you've made to science and also to the culture of science. So we're going to talk about both of those things. To kick things off, let's talk about a brain structure that most people, I think, have heard of, but that is badly misunderstood. And that's the amygdala. Mm-hmm. Most people hear amygdala and they think, oh, fear. That's what the amygdala is all about. But you know, and I'm hoping you'll educate us on the fact that the amygdala is actually far more complex than that, mm-hmm. and far more interesting than that. So when you hear the word amygdala, where does your mind go?
I agree that a lot of the bandwidth on the amygdala has been occupied by fear studies, but we've known actually for a really long time that the amygdala is important for all sorts of emotional processing. Since Kluver and Busey performed lesions on monkeys and found that monkeys would then have flat affective responses to all sorts of different stimuli. Poop, food, inanimate object, whatever it was, just nothing.
No emotion.
No emotional response, no motivational significance, however you want to phrase it, to things that usually would make you either, disgusted or excited or neutral. And so I think that knowledge about the amygdala was there from the beginning. It's not something I came up with. But then it's interesting. It's almost it's a meta statement or a meta observation about how scientific research progresses. sometimes you make a lot of progress in one particular vein because it's easy to press forward there, but it's important to also think about all the other parts and filling in the space in between to make sure you haven't missed anything. So the narrative about the amygdala became about fear. And I think also just
I also
when we
got this
think
little
about
guy, guys.
survival,
His name is
and you are
Gelsey.
an animal in the natural
He's
world,
so cute.
especially if you're a prey animal, which is the majority, that's a lot of animals, then you need to prioritize escaping a predator. It's immediate threat on your survival versus rewards. Mating, drinking water, getting food, these things can be done later. Escaping this predator is paramount. And so there should be some natural asymmetry in how we process emotion at baseline. And so that's something that we've looked into a lot as well. But I think the big picture discovery that my team has contributed to our understanding of the amygdala is that it represents a fork in the road for processing emotional valence and thinking about all these old psychological theories about how do you emotionally evaluate the world around you? What's the chain of events? Is there a chain of events?
also got
what's happening in a certain order versus
suit.
what's happening in parallel? For example, one model is, if there's all this information that comes in, and then we have to filter out what's important. What's going to be something that I need to pay attention to versus what do I need to ignore? If I'm driving, I need to pay attention to the road, this light, this pedestrian just started walking versus, what it feels like for my sock to be touching my foot. Not super relevant right now, or my butt against the seat. Nothing I need to pay attention to. I need to focus on, the dynamic information. Then you have to select, the second step would be selecting whether it's good or bad and what you want to do with it. And so that process, I think the selection of whether you're assigning it a positive or negative valence happens in the amygdala.
So glad you brought up this word valence. I think it's a word that some scientists, but most of the general public are probably not familiar with. So let's talk about valence. And then I want to go back to the amygdala and kind of explore some of its diversity of function a little bit more. So when I hear the word valence, I think goodness versus badness
Yeah.
Of something. Is that?
Basically, it's been used in a lot of different fields. I think of that, negative and positive numbers but it's an analogy that we take to just mean, net positive, net negative. And it's a intentional departure from the word value. Value becomes very scalar. Everything's on, it can be in the same direction with different magnitudes is often how we think about value. It could be representing both valences, but often it's a small reward and a big reward.
So he was a boxer and now doing podcasts for mental health, right? So he was a boxer for a short amount of time, I believe. But his main thing is he's a professor of ophthalmology, I believe, at Stanford. And yeah, he does a lot of podcasts on like neuroscience, psychology, health, all different types of things, and has a bunch of cool people on here. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. He's got a lot of good stuff. He's done stuff with Lex Friedman, if you know who that is. I really liked his stuff with Paul Conti. His stuff with Paul Conti was really good, in my opinion.
Parse value. And so valence is just asking about how your brain responds to things that are good or bad. What are neurons that might respond similarly to things that are good and bad? Those might be importance neurons rather than positive or negative valence neurons. So yeah, I think it's just a term that signifies that next step.
So when we walk into, say, a novel environment, do you think that our amygdalas are active?
I'm going to take a little bit of Dayquil.
Really trying to figure out whether or not an environment, a set of people, or a person is safe, and really just check that box first in order to be able to do other things? Is this business of determining valence and the role of the amygdala in that kind of the first gate that we have to walk through anytime we're in a new environment? For instance, you showed up here today and you mentioned, I think I locked my car, and I said, you'll be fine in this neighborhood either way. And then you walked in and presumably you were taking in the new environment, meeting some new people. We had a little discussion about caffeine, a little discussion about alcohol, and presumably because you and I know one another, you felt safe. I would hope so. But presumably the amygdala is always performing this role, even if we have some prior knowledge about something. Just figuring out, am I safe here? Where are the exits? Where are the entrances? Who's here? What's their story? Do you think all of that is operating, and do you think it's always conscious, or is it largely unconscious to us?
Okay, so there's a few different questions there. First, I want to address the question about novelty, and then I want to come back to the other issue of conscious. But the way the amygdala works is its job is to assign meaning to anything that could have motivational significance. And so if it's a brand new thing, we're paying attention. We're seeing if it mattered. Did it matter? And so I think anything that's novel, even if we don't know what it means, a loud sound you've never heard before, even if it signifies nothing of motivational significance, the first few times that you're presented with it, you'll get an amygdala response. So you see this in the lab, play the tone for the first time, and then there's a response that rapidly decays when the tone doesn't end up predicting anything that the animal can detect.
Or human? Is this also true in humans?
Yeah, this is true in humans. If you're the type of person that puts your phone on Do Not Disturb versus has it on vibrate, and sometimes it's always vibrating, and it vibrates all the time. Whereas I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and so when someone else's phone rings, it's very startling to me, but they don't even notice because their phone, that's just the sound their phone makes. It makes it all the time. So I think it has to do with how many times you're presented with it, and it's a startle response. So the first few times that you are presented with a stimulus, the amygdala will respond, and then it decays very quickly. And then only if that stimulus predicts something important or something rewarding or punishing, then will it begin to respond again. So it's like you're giving everything novel a chance to tell you in one trial, in single trial learning, if something's going to happen. And so I think a fire alarm is a great example. Fire alarm goes off, you're instantly, you're looking around, is there anything happening? Even just people rushing out, there's the salient thing that you're going to respond to. And, if you have a lot of fire drills, then you might respond differently after a while. So I think that's the habituation component.
You mentioned that the amygdala will respond to a novel stimulus, and if it predicts something interesting, then other things happen. We'll talk about those. If not, the amygdala stops responding. And you said something really important, which is that the amygdala will respond to something that is...
Okay, guys, I got my hair dyeing bowls. Okay. And then I've got a few different colors. I got this lilac, which is kind of the color my hair is right now. And then this is like some of the lime crime unicorn hair in the color Genie, but I've added some conditioner to it over time, so it's like a little bit not the like baseline color. This is what I've like been using to condition my hair. Thank you so much, Miyuzu. So we're gonna be using this and probably mixing these a little. And then I got some lime crime unicorn hair in the color Anime. This is one of my favorite colors they have. Oop, it's flipped. Give me one sec. And yeah, then this is Color Lux. I got this on clearance, Direct Vibes. And then I got Iroyo in Pastel Aqua. And then I got some orange in that same brand. And then I got some new brushes. I got some hair dye wipes in case it makes a mess. Oh. Yeah, that's about it. Ooh, I got some new moisturizer. I'm gonna try that. This is Derma E Ultra Lift Firming DMAE Moisturizer with copper peptides and resveratrol. And Kakadu Plum. It has collagen. Or supports collagen, rather.
Predicting reward or punishment. And I think most people don't realize that. In fact, I think a lot of early career neurobiologists don't realize that the amygdala is not just involved in fear and punishment. So when we talk about the amygdala, presumably we're talking about the amygdala complex, a bunch of other things. So is it true that there are neurons in the amygdala complex that predict reward and others that predict fear and punishment?
Yeah. So as a graduate student, I worked on a part of the amygdala called the basolateral amygdala. It's still a complex within
Yes. That's what we're
broader
working with.
amygdala.
Kind of a weird color
This
combo, but
brain
they're some of my
region
favorite
is
colors. So
cortical-like in that it's mostly glutamatergic neurons with some GABAergic neurons mixed in, but without the same structure that the cortex has. And I studied the amygdala in the context of reward. I found essentially that when you induce plasticity, you get a synaptic strengthening. When animals learn things, amygdala neurons fire in response to cues that predict rewards. And this was coming into the context of a field that had shown that this happens with fear. And so this became, I remember the very first time I gave a presentation at a scientific conference. I was a junior graduate student. I was given a 10-minute talk at the inaugural Amygdala Gordon Research Conference. Many famous professors were speaking, and there were 2 talks about the amygdala and reward, and I was one of them. And the response to the talk was just, how is this possible? How can the amygdala,
and then I got this
get the
pastel
same
mixer
readout
for it.
reward and fear? And really it came to be, there's two possibilities. I mean, maybe there's more possibilities, but the main 2 possibilities are, number 1, that the amygdala wasn't specific for fear at all. It just responds to anything important. If it's important, it responds, period. The other possibility is that the amygdala has different neurons that respond to positive and negative predictive stimuli and sends this information to different downstream targets to respond differently. Obviously, I respond differently to a reward. I walk towards it, I consume it. A punishment, I'm avoiding it. And so clearly the behaviors are diametrically opposed. And so to me, it seemed very possible, at least, that there was a divergence point and maybe this could be it. And so we just did some very simple experiments when I first started my lab to trace the projection targets of amygdala neurons and record. And so everything's all mixed up together. So it's not obvious that that this would be a fork in the road, but when you look at them, you do see that there are projections that come from the amygdala that are predominantly.
I'm gonna mix some of them, yeah.
Or fear, and there's many different projections, and this is just the beginning. But this was a time when
I got some hair clips.
A novel concept.
I don't have like too much of a plan, so I'm like a little bit winging it. So we'll see how this goes.
Functions going to different downstream targets, which now seems totally obvious, and there's hundreds and hundreds of papers showing it now, but at the time, it was difficult to get this work published because that's just not how people thought about information moving through the brain, I guess.
Level up your grow with Norsebor's Boomer Bin Monotub, the first monotub growing system with a modular design.
Well, I think, first of all, such important work and so wonderful to be early in the phase of recasting how the brain works, which is what you did. I think most people in the general public still think amygdala fear, and clearly it's able to signal reward and punishment, as you discovered and are now pointing out. I'm curious, does the amygdala have a direct line to some of the organs of the body that can change our bodily activation state? Heart rate.
Yeah, I just went and got some stuff. Last time I didn't even use gloves, which was not good.
In our
I have gloves this time.
But also of the body.
Great question. So,
color did you dye your hair?
That lead me to my current working model, which
or when you first tried to dye it?
Not necessarily the final word, but I would say that I think the amygdala complex, as we're discussing it, these 13 subnuclei that reside, in the temporal lobe, they are important for assigning importance, but they're not important for producing the actual autonomic arousal that we associate with panic or fear. The reason I say this is there's a famous case study patient, SM, who has bilateral damage to her amygdala and no responses to emotional faces, no responses to fearful stimuli. But if capable of having the panic response due to to suffocation, associated with suffocation. And so there's still the ability to produce that panic and arousal response. It's just not the cognitive evaluation of it. I think that's what we think the amygdala is doing, is assigning that. It does receive information from the rest of the body. There are, for example, ghrelin receptors in the amygdala, things that can sense hunger. And we've done some work looking at this, kind of inspired by, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this study. It's a controversial study, Danziger 2011, but where the Supreme Court judges, they looked at Supreme Court judge rulings on parole decisions across the day relative to meal breaks. And you can see right after, it's like breakfast, 90%, everybody's getting parole, everybody's getting out. Yeah, and then it just drops till 10%. Then there's lunch. Then we're back to 80%, and then it just precipitously drops to single digits again.
So the judges are changing the leniency.
That's pretty scary.
Depending on how
judges can just throw you in prison for life if they're hangry.
Arguments to this, but that is strongly what the data suggest. It is not a controlled study. It's just a striking correlation. But it's not a completely novel concept. The hangry phenomenon. I'm sure, I don't know, everybody's different. I certainly experience it. But we think that when you are getting strong signals from the body, for example, I think the amygdala is going to be able to detect a lot of different homeostatic inputs, even though we don't have evidence for that yet. But for specifically energy balance, when you're hungry, your amygdala can detect it perhaps through ghrelin receptors or other mechanisms. And then what we see is that in that after 1 day of food deprivation for mice,
Bleaching is so hard. Oh, damn.
Shift in the balance between the positive valence encoding projection neurons and the negative valence encoding projection neurons. And at baseline, fear trumps all. The negative projection neurons, can silence the reward projection ones, which makes sense.
Yeah, it's hard to bleach it and get it the right color. You have to tone it and make sure it's timed properly and everything. Bleaching is hard.
In a near starvation state, which for mice, they have very high metabolism, so 1 day without food is a really big deal. They'll only last a few days. So at this point, they are kicking into survival mode, where actually getting food becomes the greater need. And you'll see animals, hunting in ways they normally wouldn't hunt when they're really desperate. And so this mode of food deprivation shifts things so that the reward pathway actually has stronger power to influence and silence the fear pathway than before.
Wow, the brain is so smart.
It really is.
It can take what we normally think of as a priority list. Fear and staying safe is more important than food reward. And then if food and acquiring food is critical to survival, it can invert all that, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Amazing.
And it happens, in a day. It seems reversible. So that's something that we're looking at right now and thinking about how specific is this to food? Is this true for lots of different things? What about exercise, other stressors that are, potentially more positive? The amygdala is able to detect a lot of different signals from the environment, and we're not sure how all of that gets in there. So I think one of the detection of the environment has been, really well worked out in terms of our basic sensory modalities. But think about the things that really affect your emotions day to day. At least for me, as a human in this society, the things that affect my emotions most day to day are almost entirely social interactions, very subtle ones that don't seem to threaten my life or safety, very small, subtle social interactions are what, have the greatest bearing, I think, on my emotional evaluation and my emotional bandwidth. And what is that? How do we detect that? How do we assemble this information?
Okay, I'm gonna like cut my
put on
hair
the
where my
onion
tattoo
layers of
is.
social programming to come out
Also.
with whatever I interpret this gesture to mean. It's pretty incredible, and so that's kind of where my research program has been sliding.
It's such an interesting area. Let's drill into it a bit. And to put it in context, maybe we talk about social media. So on social media, whether or not it's Instagram or X, seem to be the two major platforms. I'm not on TikTok. People say stuff. Sometimes they say positive things. Sometimes they say negative things. Sometimes they say things that are sort of neutral. So it seems to me that nowadays, if one is on these social media platforms, that we've sort of crowdsourced this phenomenon of social interaction in a way that we hadn't before. Because I grew up prior to the advent of social media, and I could bring my physical body into certain environments and not others. Even at high school, I could hang out. We had an area called the Bat Cave where, skateboarders and some other, at that time, misfits hung out. We had the Quad where the cool kids hung out, et cetera. You could pick your niche. Okay. Social media is not like that. You can pick followers, they can pick you, et cetera. But I think since most people have social media nowadays, it seems, or are on there in some ways, that we've placed ourselves in the center of an arena which we have a ton of incoming input. Most of us have amygdalas, 2 of them, amygdalae, as you pointed out, 1 on each side of the brain. And presumably we're on these platforms to receive positive feedback and avoid negative feedback. However, there does seem to be a cohort of people who seem to like the friction of combat or kind of, let's just call it high friction interactions or moderate friction interactions. They like to argue. They like to parse ideas. It's not all bad necessarily. So have you ever looked at social media in your own mind, looked at social media through the lens of amygdala filtering or through the lens of neural circuit filtering and kind of wondered what's going on there that someone with
Okay, my razor actually needs to charge, so we're gonna dye
knowledge of
first.
these brain
Dye the
circuitries
hair.
would not think to look at that landscape through. Or maybe we could just do that now as a kind of playful experiment.
I like that. So a lot of people ask me about social media from the context of is this social contact meaningful? Is this positive? Does this count? Does this help you not feel lonely? And of course, I don't know the answer. We haven't done that particular study yet, and I don't know of that specific study having been performed. But my prediction is that it's not going to do much because I believe that a key component of what I would consider social contact heavily depends on having some interbrain synchrony, some interaction, and that is synchronous. And I think with social media, sometimes there can be an engaging dialogue that plays out in near real time, but generally speaking, it's asynchronous. You're looking at things that are happened that you're not a part of. You're excluded from all these things.
They happened in Australia yesterday, and I'm on there saying, cool, love it.
Yeah.
And then the person's already asleep.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what you mean by asynchronous.
Things asynchronous like
Got
that.
it.
We're not experiencing things at the same time. It's not a shared experience, that in terms of that, having that bond necessarily. And so I've never actually been asked about how the amygdala process.
Yeah,
social
definitely.
media.
I agree.
I guess I think what happens
I'm
is,
in huge need of a big
the amygdala
detox,
is
which is
just
going to be
response
happening
to, it's sending
fairly
bottom-up
soon.
signals. It's a caricature of bottom up and top down processing. Let's give an example that I'm walking down the street and all of a sudden I hear like a really ferocious dog barking at me, all going crazy, and then I get super scared. And then I realize, okay, there's a fence. So the amygdala heard the dog barking, and there's a dog barking, and I'm freaking out. Then my prefrontal cortex realizes it looks very sturdy. This fence looks stable. And then I'm relaxing and I'm resuming my walking normally. I think that's sort of the dance that our brain is doing when we have top down and bottom up information, then we're trying to stay focused. So for me, I think when I'm on social media, there's so many stimuli that are evoking responses, and to be completely transparent. And I know this is not something that everybody else does or can do or is necessarily what's best for them, but I work very hard to control input from the top down. In terms of, I really, really limit the amount. I basically don't check email or go on social media. I would say I'm on social media or email less than 1 hour per week, basically.
Per week?
Per week.
All I have to say to that is congratulations. We'll talk about social media again in a second, but as a fellow professor, email once a week. I've heard of people scheduling their times for email responses, but once a week, that is awesome.
I have
No
people
wonder
who
you're
help,
so productive.
I have people who help me get through it
No
and
wonder
then
you're
and,
so
and filter
productive.
out what's important. But
Oh my
otherwise,
goodness.
I just, whenever I do my own email, I say yes to all these things. Then I make all these plans, and then I have too many trips, and I'm responding fragmented, and it's just overcommitting. And I think I know my limits. Sometimes it's difficult for me to be in my amygdala mode, responding to stimuli, and yet letting my prefrontal cortex do its thing. So I've set some very heavy prefrontal cortically selected limits of the input I put in so that my brain can function and be clear. I can't be creative. I can't have epiphanies if there's all this clutter of like writing this person back and blah, 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 tweet. Ugh, it's just, get
love
the
it.
trash out, squeegee the brain down so that we can actually grow something beautiful and new.
Well, and I want to reemphasize what I said in my introduction, which is that, I mean, you are so productive. And when I say productive, I don't just mean productive like plug and chug. The work you've done is incredibly creative. You transformed our understanding of what this famous structure, the amygdala, actually does. I mean, you've made so many important discoveries as a consequence of presumably other things, but including wiping away all this incoming and clutter. As you said, controlling the top-down inputs. I have to ask, just from a practical standpoint, during that 1 hour a week, are you reading every email that came in, or are you just being very selective about which emails?
No.
So you're not opening most emails?
No, I don't open most emails. No, I search for the ones that my assistant identifies as the one I need to open. There's like a list of things that I'd be interested in, and then we'll go through the list, and then, sometimes it requires me to go and find the email and respond to it myself because and then I will do that for 10 minutes a day or something.
Do you recommend?
Just get out of there as soon as I can.
Love it. Do you pass on this advice to the people that you train?
I think it depends on what resources and what's your job right now, right? So I think as a trainee, I definitely did as an assistant professor, I did my own emails, but at a certain point, I was just never getting to the bottom, and then it would just stress me out, make me feel overwhelmed. And what is my job? My job is to, number one, be a stable core of a sustainable research program, and that just requires me having a lot of mental health and well-being and clear-mindedness. And I need to be able to come up with creative ideas. I need to be able to sprint when there's a deadline, and I just can't exhaust my system with unnecessary, I would call them quadrant 4 in the time management quadrant, if you're familiar with this,
Oh yeah, what is
leadership
it?
and
It's urgent, urgent.
Yes,
Certain
important,
things are urgent but
that's
not
right.
important. Some things are urgent
and some things are
important.
neither important nor urgent.
Right,
That's most emails are like, if you read time management literature and you have the luxury to have someone else help you, or something that's like so well trained to be really good at capturing things that are important. And sometimes I miss emails, but emails are not the way my trainees would reach me. They would reach me in a different way. And then emails are for everyone else that I didn't give my number to.
I feel so honored to have your contact. I'd like to take a brief moment and thank one of our sponsors, and that's AG1. AG1 is a vitamin mineral probiotic drink that also contains adaptogens. I started taking AG1 way back in 2012.
Yeah, man. As a content creator, like how many emails I get, it gets to be a lot. What's up, Jaeger? How you doing?
In Cal Newport, he wrote the book Deep Work.
Like, if I responded to all my emails, I would never stream.
He's a computer science professor at Georgetown, where he talks extensively about the tremendous career, but also relationship and life value of doing essentially what you're describing. Although I do think, Kay, that you represent kind of the extreme of what I've become aware of in terms of people that can limit the amount of time on social media platforms and email. Anyway, I just want to say congratulations. I just want to say that again. And I think even if people don't reduce to 1 hour per week, I think that making some effort toward reducing the amount of incoming, as you said, controlling the top-down inputs to the amygdala, but also to the rest of the brain involved in creative processing, et cetera, is so key. And we actually do have agency. It just is, it's tough sometimes to build up that discipline. So you're doing a tremendous service by sharing that somebody as successful as you does this, presumably is successful in part because you do this. Could we, by extension, say that many people, since billions of people are on social media, are likely triggering the activation of their amygdala, clouding out other more potentially productive activation of their neural circuits by sort of just making themselves freely available to the thoughts and words and impulses of others? I mean, to me, it seems the answer would be yes, but I'd like to know what you think.
I mean, I think, and there's something to be said. There's definitely been moments where I've gone deep into social media and spent more time in a certain burst, right, that is isolated. And I think that there's a lot to be learned from social media. So to bring it back to one point you mentioned earlier, on social media, sometimes people just want accolades, and sometimes there's a lot of friction. One of the reasons I stay on social media, even though I'm making this big effort to sort of declutter my consciousness, is because of that feedback, especially when, for someone like you, I imagine this has got to be super true. And even for me at a certain point in my career, it just felt like people don't want to tell me bad news to my face as much anymore. Everybody's so positive all the time. And what are they really thinking? And social media allows you the protection of anonymity to say what you really think without consequence, essentially. And so on the one hand, the consequence-free nature of being able to just say things can be very dangerous. But at the same time, for me, I really value just being able to receive it. I'm a big girl. I can filter out what I want when I get all the inputs. But if I don't receive the inputs, sometimes.
Okay, so I think first I'm going to go in with the orange.
So even sometimes feedback's given in a not very nice way, I can still create a model for someone else that has this perspective that I can take with me, and that can be another perspective I can honor easily in the future, because I have this theory of mind for someone would get upset about that. That's something that could be harmful to people who are, have this theory of mind. So I think it's super valuable from that perspective, and that's why I continue to use it.
Great. Yeah, I really applaud that as well. I always read my teaching evals because they're anonymous. And yes, I do wonder, what grade the different people who gave different evals, got. I don't know that information. I sometimes wonder, do they attend the class, or are they just angry they didn't do well on the exam? But that really represents the small fraction of feedback that that I wonder about. Most of it that's valuable to me is the, hey, liked the course, but these parts really sucked, Professor Huberman, or this part was completely unclear, or completely hated the way you blank, blank, and blanked, because that feedback is something I can really work with to improve. So I think course evals are similar to what you're describing. I think there's value there. If I were to just look at the positive feedback,
I'm pretty good, Dicker. Thanks for asking.
Then I don't think I could improve as a teacher. Actually,
Grab
I
some
always
gloves.
encourage comments and feedback and suggestions in the YouTube comments for this podcast for that reason. And I do read the comments. I go through and I read, and a few of them sting.
Yeah.
But, the positive feedback is great too. Sometimes it's more of this, please.
Yep.
Or less of that,
Yep.
please. I think there's information in that.
Yeah.
So I think it sounds like you've been doing all of these things naturally.
So actually, since I've had my research group, my lab, we do an anonymous lab survey it's supposed to be about every 18 months. And then it's a whole long process of going through it. And it's just evolved. I think it's the 4th or 5th time we've done it. And so it's now, I think it's like 70 questions. It's so many questions. Maybe we should trim it down, but it ends up being hundreds of pages of text, short answer, sometimes long answer, feedback from anonymously from people in my lab. My lab is pretty big, so it's I'm not even trying to really guess who is saying it. It's just feedback, and it takes me months to go through with it and get all the feedback, and it is so useful. I mean, in a class, the amount of content that you have it's restricted to this very specific time and space. Whereas when you're mentoring someone over the course of years, there's a lot of different points of content and interaction, and you're in the lab all 40 hours a week or whatever, and going trip meeting here. There's just a lot of different ways to improve in ways that we've never, I haven't had any training in how to be a really great mentor. And so I'm getting that training now. I'm making my own course, and my mentees are my teachers. And I really am grateful for the tutelage that they provide for free in this anonymous lab survey. Sometimes it makes me cry, but sometimes it makes me feel really good about something that I'm doing that's working. And in any case, it makes me feel that I have ground truth. I guess I still don't know. But when people say things that sting, it makes me feel like they're saying what they really think, and they're not holding back. It doesn't, and bad news feels like reality. And so that is something about that is rewarding, just to feel like I have reality rather than I'm getting something else, the model doesn't quite fit. It's very unsatisfying when the model doesn't quite fit. So
I love the word ground truth. There's something so beautiful to that. And I resonate with what you're saying. Let's go back to social interaction, something that your lab is doing lots of work on nowadays. And maybe we could shift to the sorts of social interaction that most of us are familiar with. The sitting across the table, having a coffee with somebody, taking a walk with somebody, maybe a phone call.
Yeah.
Maybe a tough conversation, maybe a playful, unscripted conversation, maybe a meal at a holiday dinner. There's a huge range there. What do we know about the value of social interaction at the level of sort of core biological needs, like at the level of neural circuits and maybe even hormones? I mean, most people have heard of oxytocin. They think the love hormone, but there's so much more there for people to understand and know about. How important is this thing that we call social interaction, and how bad do things get when we're not getting the right kinds of social interaction?
I think this is a great question, and I'm glad that it's become something that has been recognized at a more global and national scale, just the importance of having social support in our lives for our well-being. But social isolation, or even just perceived loneliness, has immense health consequences for all social species. So shortened lifespan, increased mood disorders, increased actually morbidity and mortality for diseases like cancer or heart disease that, might not be what we would normally think. And so I think understanding how each of those processes is happening, those mechanisms are far from being worked out. But the correlational evidence is undeniable. We're now taking this into the lab really for the first time. And so something so simple as social isolation, how come we don't know way more about it? And I'm someone who stumbled into the field of social isolation by accident prior to the pandemic. And so I'll just say, the whole story on why there's such a gaping hole in our knowledge as a neuroscience community about social isolation really comes from Harry Harlow's work, this original work of maternal separation that was undeniably cruel. It caused irreparable damage to these.
I agree with this so
They
much.
never recovered. And
Sorry to interrupt. I apologize.
Any point I was separated from my kiddo, like insane depression.
On board.
Insane. Like
Could you
not
just
okay,
briefly
bro.
describe
Like not okay at all.
Harlow experiments.
yes, so they're very famous experiments where they separated baby monkeys from their moms and then had
Hi,
either a
Valley.
wire
Yeah, I'm a bit better. I was
sort
still
of thing holding
hacking
the
today,
bottle. So
unfortunately.
what do you miss most
But
about
better
the
for sure.
Is it the wire? Is it the
How you doing,
food,
Valley?
or is it the comfort? And then they had a wire thing with a milk bottle versus, blankets and cuddly soft things, and the baby monkeys would go to the cuddly soft thing. But, a blanket is not a replacement for a mother. Nobody's saying that it is. And through these experiments, there was extended maternal separation, and it was deemed cruel. There was permanent irreparable damage when you rehouse these monkeys. They never re-socialized normally. They had lots of different mental and physical health problems. And I think in humans, we know that solitary confinement is considered torture. Social isolation is a difficult thing to study in a lot of conditions. And we stumbled onto it by complete accident through working with a former postdoc in my lab, Jillian Matthews, who was a graduate student, doing an experiment on it was just trying to figure out if these dopamine neurons would also respond to cocaine the way these ventral tegmental area dopamine neurons were known to respond to cocaine. Wanted to see if these other dopamine neurons respond to cocaine. So sort of a incremental study. So when you do these cocaine studies, you inject the animal with cocaine or saline and then leave the naive animal in the cage. And then you take
Nice. What concert?
record from the neurons and look at the synaptic strengths. And so, the expected outcome sort of was that these dopamine neurons would be similar to other dopamine neurons that showed long-lasting potentiation after a single dose of cocaine. But what happened instead was that, yes, there was potentiation in the cocaine animals. There's also potentiation in the saline animals relative to the naive group. And this was a huge puzzle. What was this? And it turned out through many, many different experiments that it's actually because when you inject animals with cocaine, you're separating them from the group because they act all crazy. And this is just the way people did the experiment. So you inject them with saline, you separate them. The naive animals just stay there. So
with their other
litter mates.
I see. So the control group, the saline
right.
control group, is actually a social isolation condition.
So by accident, this control group that didn't make sense was how we stumbled onto. So then we tried, is it novel cage? It's not the novel cage. It's the social isolation. And so that is how we became a lab that studied social isolation. It was a complete accident. We weren't sure what we were looking at. And then we found these neurons and we manipulated these neurons, and they produced something very different than other dopamine neurons, which normally if you stimulate dopamine neurons, these ventral tegmental area midbrain dopamine neurons, like 90% of the time when you hear people talk about dopamine neurons, they mean these ones. And they're the ones where you press the lever, stimulate the
Oh,
nerve,
cool.
We'll press the lever thousands of times, and
They love to be stimulated.
Yes, and if you're a human and you do
Very
cocaine,
nice.
Most people love cocaine. They're very pro-social when they're on cocaine, and so that's what dopamine neurons were thought to be doing. But these other dopamine neurons in the dorsal raphe, that I will also say is in the brainstem, near to an aqueduct where you could detect signals from the body. But these other dopamine neurons in the raphe, when you stimulate them, animals don't like it. They will not work for reward. They actually will move away from a space where they're being stimulated, conditioned place and real-time place aversion. I don't like the feeling of these neurons being activated. Please stop it. And yet they would be pro-social. And so for a long time, this was super confusing. We couldn't understand it. And then just because at the same time we had a hunger study going on in the lab, we just thought about it like, I can eat food because it's delicious and I want to eat this yummy treat, or I can eat because I'm super hungry, I feel shaky, I'm just gonna eat this nasty fiber bar out of my backpack because I'm so desperate and I need my blood sugar is dangerously low, And so there's two reasons that you can eat, and one of them is uncomfortable. Hunger is not comfortable. It's not a good feeling to be hungry. And so we thought about this, and that's kind of how we circularly came around to thinking, I think we've discovered the loneliness neurons, essentially. And so what is loneliness? And loneliness is this unpleasant need state of wanting social contact that would have this pro-social effect as well. And so that's basically the very serendipitous loop-de-loop way that I came to be studying how loneliness is represented in the brain.
Amazing. Before we talk a bit more about these loneliness neurons and some of their inputs and outputs in the brain, how has the discovery of these neurons perhaps changed the way that you organize your day and week and life, right? If at all. For instance, are you more aware of how much time you spend alone versus with others? Are you more careful or discerning about who you spend your time with? I ask this because, there's so many examples for me in the neuroscience literature where, I learned something new about how the brain works. And I think, oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense why my sleep isn't great. It turns out that light exposure to the eyes at particular times of day really sets the whole body and brain into particular rhythms that, explain why I was a little depressed when I was in graduate school, staying up all night doing experiments, and I'd sleep much of the day and feel like I was getting 8-9 hours. I don't get 8 to 9 hours now, but, and when I wake up early, for me personally, there's a bit of an antidepressant effect as long as I slept the night before.
Seasonal affect disorder is real.
Right. So, I think as new information comes online, at least for me, it's changed the way that I organize my life in subtle or in not so subtle ways. So the idea that there are neurons in the brain that encode loneliness, the absence of social contact, does that have you thinking, after a few days of managing the lab, which, as you point out, you have a very large lab, lots of social interaction, but it's work context social interaction. Does that has that led you to think, hey, we should go out to dinner as a lab, or I should spend time with somebody who's not in science, or I should spend time by myself because I've had too much social.
Okay, I got the orange done. Now I'm going to move on to the next color.
Here, I'm just wondering if you're willing to get, play in the sandbox of this with me a bit.
Yeah.
How this information perhaps has shaped some of your choices. You personally. And to be very clear, I'm not asking you to dictate what other people do.
No, of course.
Has it changed your social life?
So it's really interesting that you ask this question, and now that now that you're asking it this way, I mean, of course, when I learn new things, I take them and implement them into my life. But to be honest, in the cycle of learning and studying and being curious, and I actually think where I reside more is when something's going on with me. My research program, research is me search. It becomes it dictates what the research program evolves into. And so, for example, so I just had started studying loneliness a few years before the pandemic hit, and then the pandemic hit, and it was just a step function like change. I went from I'm never alone unless you call being in an Uber alone, or being on a plane. And just, constantly people in my office, even when I'm going to the bathroom, someone's waiting for me outside, it's like I'm hurrying in the bathroom. I'm never alone. There's like 4 people in my bed kicking me in the face. I'm just, there's just so much social contact. And then boom, there would be a day I wouldn't see another, just not zero, but it was just extremely sudden drop of social contact when there's no more work. And, it was just that period of time. And it was very depressing. It was just this huge, I felt like I was in free fall, and it made me, at first it was really disruptive, and I was worried about myself, and then at some point I adjusted to it. And then I got used to working from home. I started a garden. Like I got all this, I just started a different life pattern that involved a lot of alone time, and an alone time personal life grew where there wasn't any space for anything to grow before. And then I became comfortable with it. And so then I started thinking about that's really where the idea of social homeostasis was born. This idea that, okay, why is it with acute social isolation, humans, monkeys, mice, you acutely isolate the individual from the social group, you reintroduce them to the social group.
Okay, so I'm mixing my purple genie, this lilac color lux, and this strawberry leopard pastel mixer.
Affiliative interactions. Whereas with chronic social isolation in humans, monkeys, mice, even flies, you reintroduce them to the social group and you get territorial behavior, aggression, avoidance, antisocial behavior, or just, sort of a very different negative valence response to the exposure to the group. And so this, maybe people brushed it off for a long time as just, oh, it's confusing, this literature is inconsistent. Or maybe there's one model that makes it all make sense, that is social homeostasis, where, you're used to getting this at a certain point. And so my effector system gets activated. I detect that I'm alone. I want more. The deficit's detected. Then my effector systems gets activated and then I start spinning all the systems that try to get me back into contact. I'm calling my friends. I'm texting my friend. If I'm a mouse, I'm making ultrasonic vocalizations. I'm exploring outside of the burrow. And then, if my friends don't call me back, they're like, sorry, we don't want to see anyone till end of COVID. Bye. Whatever it is, it's not working. My correction efforts are failing, or maybe a certain amount of time, we don't know. Then I give up. I stop calling. I stop going out. I just make a different life. You don't leave the burrow, whatever it is. And there's in animals and humans, at least behaviorally, there's a near step function like drop off of attempts to, you can see it sort of date. Oh, then they just give up on dating after this one, whatever happens. There's some straw that breaks the camel's back, and then this person doesn't want to date anymore or doesn't want to go out anymore, whatever. And what is that? So that adaptation, then you're at a new baseline. You're expecting now your new normal. I'm expecting to have a gardening day at home alone, not see anyone, and then a bunch of people come over. It feels like a surplus. So my previous optimum, reintroduction to the social group, is now feeling like a surplus, an overload, overstimulated. And that's, I think, something that a lot of people experience, this whiplash of going into the pandemic and coming out of it. Different people to different levels. It depends on how much you isolated while you were in the pandemic. But I think thinking about your social set point as being flexible and dynamic was a new concept to me. And then in my mind, the question is, what is the part of this process that is causing all these harmful health consequences like shortened lifespan, mood disorders, et cetera? Is it the initial detection that I'm missing something and effector system activation? Because if that was the case, maybe I want to Band-Aid that. Maybe I want to get a pet, get a Zoom buddy. I don't know what. You would have different prescriptions and advice to give people if that were the case, versus you would give almost opposite advice if the thing that's causing it is the set point adaptation. Then you want to stave it off, versus if you wanted to accelerate getting into the set point. Which is better? Is it the adaptation, or is it kind of trying to fix it? And so in one case, you would want to ease off the having the set point happen, the set point transition happen. And the other case, rip it off like a Band-Aid, cold turkey, just adjust, and then you'll be fine. Then you won't worry about it. Then you won't be lonely anymore because you'll just be comfortable being alone. People talk about cognitive flexibility, and I think it's sort of like that, but it's social flexibility. I want to be able to be alone. I also want to be able to be in a large group and be comfortable. And so I think what I've done, if anything, to change my lifestyle to accommodate these new insights I've had is to consciously create dynamic social experiences. Lots of social experiences, yes, but also protecting alone time, which I never did before. I just gave it all away. And, I realized that having that just made my social homeostatic system feel more elastic and flexible and resilient, and less like a crisis if something, I'm very comfortable being alone. I'm super comfortable in my own skin now. And it requires investing in that relationship. I like how you framed earlier, I think we were not recording yet, but the relationship with yourself as being a very important relationship. And when I think about brain states,
I just realized I'm not wearing gloves. Oops.
We don't know this yet, but my working model would be that different individuals, we represent their identities, and whenever they're present, it creates a unique ensemble of that combination of people being present. And being alone is also a unique state that cannot be achieved. I have the brain state of being alone. I cannot achieve it if anyone else is around. And that's just what, that's kind of the working model I have.
I think what you're saying is essential for people to hear, because it makes sense that loneliness would hurt. It makes sense that some people are more extroverted, which I think is defined as getting energy from social interactions and resetting energy through social interactions, as opposed to introverted, which, by the way, folks, introverts like myself do enjoy social interaction. It's just that we reset through more solo or one-on-one time than we do in larger groups. That's my understanding of the introversion extroversion literature. We can revisit that. But this notion of social homeostasis is, I think, so key, important enough that I think we probably want to redefine it as many times, or restate it rather, as many times as is necessary. Because I believe what you're describing is the same thing that one would experience with food. If we eat a lot, we're consuming 3,500 calories a day, and then suddenly we only have access to 1,800 calories a day. It feels like a deficit, because indeed it is. Whereas after some period of time at 1,800 calories a day, 2,200 calories a day feels like relative abundance. When the pandemic hit, I certainly was unhappy about the state of affairs in the world, of course. But I recall feeling like, oh my goodness, I finally don't have to commute 90 minutes in each direction to Stanford, because I lived in the East Bay at that time. I felt like I had time to do things I hadn't done in a long time. And thanks to Zoom, I was able to get certain things done, not others. Then after about 6 to 8 months, when I realized that this is going to carry on for a while, I remember feeling quite lonely and making some efforts to repair that. I think social media, not to harp on social media, could do either one of two things, and I don't know which, in the context of social homeostasis. Either going on Instagram and seeing a lot of familiar faces and comments and accounts could make me feel like I'm getting some social interaction, such that then when I close that app and move to my work at my desk or something, which these days is mostly done solo, that I would feel like I had social interaction. Or perhaps it's the equivalent of calories that then makes me feel more isolated when I'm not in the app. Perhaps. I find it to be distinctly different than like the experience I had last night of going to dinner with someone I know quite well, sitting down and having a open-ended conversation, and deciding to close out the night only when we realize, we got to get up tomorrow for work. So went our separate ways. There's something that—
Hey, Blue. Thank you. I hope you have a great day,
So
too.
I wonder, in this context of social homeostasis, whether or not the analogy of social interaction to caloric intake, is there another dimension to it where it's not just the total number of calories or the total amount of social interaction, but the quality of social interaction, the type of social interaction that actually feels like nourishment as opposed to just calories?
I love where you're going with this, and so when we wrote this review the first time, we're conceptualizing this idea of how your social set point can change based on if you're acutely isolated or chronically isolated, and the y-axis is the quality/quantity of detected social contact, which is so fuzzy. And it's again one of the most challenging frontiers of this field, because
Thanks for the follow, Red
even
Devil.
if we measured every single component that the brain can detect of the social contact, so much
Entering
of it
live
is
chat
about
doesn't enter the
expectation,
conversation
if I think I
generational
got a
divide. I
gesture,
think that would
if
be
I get a nod
probably—
from the president, I'm like, oh my God, did the president?
I don't
just
know,
wave?
maybe
I'm so
not,
excited.
because they were talking about how like social interactions online aren't synchronous. So it's like that's where it's like there's that like disconnect. But I would say like interacting with a live stream is a lot more synchronous than like commenting on a social media post. And it also like would depend on like the interaction of the chat, stuff like that.
Versus if I get a nod from my partner, I'm like, oh my God, are they mad at me? What's going on? Why did I just get a nod? Right? It totally matters. The gesture, you need the identity. There's many different cognitive systems that need to all plug in to this wheel to make it spin. So I think that that is one of I think that's going to keep us busy for a while. But in terms of your question about social media, and when you switch from getting social media feedback and then doing work, I think it really depends. I mean, social media is such a large category. You can have many different types of responses. Generally, I think the bounds, so when you say social media versus a real life interaction where you're with someone, maybe you're touching, maybe you're not touching, but even if you're just having conversation, you have interbrain synchrony. You are having a lot of interbrain synchrony. You're in the same place. But you can have interbrain synchrony even on the phone, right? Just a voice call is actually a lot more interbrain synchrony than messages. I think
Since she's saying that, I think live streaming would be more. Exactly. Even if you're not actively chatting, viewing someone on Twitch or a similar site and seeing them react in real time to events you're also witnessing is totally different than interacting through social media like Instagram or Twitter. Yeah. Or watching an older video.
Messages can bring a lot of anxiety, and there's been a lot of commentary about that.
And also like the quality of the interactions. Yeah,
and
all
same
that.
thing with social media. I think the thing about social media that is perhaps the most harmful or net negative, I think, in terms of when I'm thinking about social nourishment, if I sort of making that term up on the fly here, but it's almost a withdrawal. When social media is posted, it's not to you, it's to everyone. And you could be one of the people that receives this message, but it's not even really to you. I'm not even talking to you. And I'm doing something that's without you. Otherwise, you'd be in this picture and not reading on social media, listening to whatever. So it's like by almost exclusively, you're posting about activities that you're being excluded from, and someone's not even really talking to you unless they're direct messaging you. But then I kind of consider that a different category if it's like a one-to-one communication. Social media to me is a blast, right? It's not. It's just catching up with someone on social media. I don't really see the merit of it because I'll just catch up with them when I catch up with them, and their kids will just be like way older. But I don't know. I'll actually really catch up with them than just see pictures of I don't know. I feel mixed about it because it's not a real connection, and it doesn't, for me, sate my social appetite to catch up with to look at someone else's profile on social media. That doesn't actually do anything for the connection. I don't know, but I seriously doubt tons of oxytocin is released when I, follow someone's feed about their vacation. So I don't know. I think that it definitely matters, the quality, and social media is different than real life interactions for many reasons.
I'd like to take a quick break and thank our sponsor, Inside Tracker. Inside Tracker is a personalized nutrition platform that analyzes data from your blood and DNA to help you better understand your body and help you reach your health goals. Now, I've long been a believer in getting regular blood work done for the simple reason that many of the factors that impact your immediate and long-term health can only be analyzed from a quality blood test. Now, a major problem with a lot of blood tests out there, however, is that you get information back about metabolic factors, lipids, and hormones, and so forth, but you don't know what to do with that information. With Inside Tracker, they make it very easy because they have a personalized platform that allows you to see the levels of all those things, metabolic factors, lipids, hormones, etc., but it gives you specific directives that you can follow that relate to nutrition, behavioral modification, supplements, etc., that can help you bring those numbers into the ranges that are optimal for you. If you'd like to try Inside Tracker, you can go to insidetracker.com/Huberman to get 20% off any of Inside Tracker's plans. Again, that's insidetracker.com/Huberman. I really appreciate your willingness to explore.
Hi, Bryce. How you doing? Thank you for the heart, me.
In this context, I think
How's your day?
your mention of the fact that
Bye,
real-life
Mayuzu. Sorry, I said that wrong. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out.
By phone,
Have a great day.
FaceTime or something akin to that, video chat. On social media, there is comments back and forth, although that's time consuming and it's difficult because there's anonymity. People are in different places, different time zones. If you don't know someone, it's different context. So I'm really, thanks to what you're describing, I'm really starting to think about social media as so different than in-person social interactions or by phone or video chat social interactions, and how those would differentially impact social homeostasis. And it's leading me, at least, to conclude that, at least for me, that most social media interactions would create more hunger as opposed to a sating of the need for social interaction. It's I have to be careful with the analogies here, but since I can do this, I was almost going to make an analogy between pornography, in-person sexual intimacy. I suppose there's something in between where people could talk by phone, but we don't want to explore this in any kind of salacious way. And then sexual intimacy with with emotion, with positive emotion, right? There's a scaling factor there.
Yeah.
And I'm not putting judgment or valence. I'm certainly not. That's not my place. As a good friend of mine says, I'm not a cop. I'm not telling people what to do they can't do. But it's so interesting to think about these circuits within us that create these, what you and I in our field call appetitive, the desire for, or aversive, the desire to move away from type responses, and how so much of our life, aside from you, because you're regulating your social media and your email intake, but so much of life now is offering us the opportunity to tickle these circuits or even hit them hard with a sledgehammer. But we're not thinking about these homeostatic mechanisms of whether or not they're creating more hunger for or more satisfaction from.
Hi, Kira. How are you doing?
I
Lovely.
cannot emphasize enough
How's your
how
day?
critical this is. And I think that's because, I'm somebody who does spend a fair amount of time on social media. A lot of my work exists on social media, YouTube, et cetera. And I would hope that the work that we're putting into the world with this podcast is creating a satiation of the desire for information rather than a hunger for more. I do hope that. But I recognize that educational material on social media represents a tiny, tiny fraction of what's there. So social homeostasis, I think, is a term that if people haven't already stamped into their mind, they should be stamping into their mind. And Dr. K. Tide deserves credit for that. I will say that, so you don't have to. I've heard you say before, you wrote in a review, something akin to social contact is either positive or negative when it's deficient or in excess, which is, I think, what you're describing is social homeostasis. Is that right?
When we talked about the quality and quantity, there's just in terms of contact, just amount of contact, there's such a thing as just the right amount. There's such a thing as too little. There's such a thing as too much. There's overcrowding, right? It doesn't matter who it could be your family. It could just, sometimes it's like a lot.
Maybe your family.
Depends.
Do you know the famous Ram Dass quote?
No.
Think you're enlightened? Go spend a weekend with your
Oopsies.
No disrespect, mom and dad.
I know, right? But I think with quality, it matters so much. Like I was sort of saying before, the same gesture from the president or my partner, it's going to feel very different to me, whether that was a slight or, it's relative to what is appropriate for our rank, for our prior history of relationships, for, the environmental context. And so I think with social media in general, and I agree, social media is great for a lot of things. I mean, I think that having a podcast like this that is accessible to the public makes research more sustainable. So I have a lot of things to say about science communication that I'm very, grateful for. But in terms of social media, think about the mutual investment. When you are interacting with someone on social media, what are they investing in this connection? So if I put out a post about my vacation that is public, I'm investing 0.000000001% of my bandwidth to make contact with you. You know what I mean? And so it scales up from them. If you're making a voice call with someone, you're giving them at least most of your attention for the time that you're on the call. That's a lot, right? Whereas, so just thinking about the investment is another component. There's the real-time component, and then there's the investment component. Who is it coming from? It matters. If you're anonymous, I cannot tell what this means. A compliment from or a hate comment or a love comment from an anonymous person, I don't know what to do with this. I just literally don't know how to, it doesn't really do anything for me because I don't know how to interpret it. It's almost, uninterpretable without this other dimension that my brain has evolved to look for, I think. So that's, speculation. But I think social media is operating in a way that is not ethological and not designed to make us feel better. It's just designed to make us want to use it. And I think a lot of this comes down to things that are relative. There's the famous observations. If a monkey sees another monkey get a cucumber, it's happy with the cucumber. But if a monkey sees the other monkey get grape, monkey wants grape. You want to keep up with the Joneses. You want if you see someone else having something, suddenly it feels like a loss that you don't have it, that you didn't even think of this thing that you needed, right? And so I think social media is exposing you to a lot of things that you don't, that it's like this parameter space you didn't have. There's all these things you didn't know you were missing that you didn't need to miss out on. And so we have this whole project now. We have 2 projects. One that's looking at social isolation and following what happens with social isolation across the time course to try to understand, is it the amount of time or is it the amount of effort that you put into correcting that deficit that leads you to the giving up, kind of state change. And another project that is about the quality of social contact, specifically social exclusion. So a different kind of deficit. You're with your other animals, but there's this it's 4 animals that have are cage mates, and 3 animals are on one side able to drink a chocolate milkshake, and the other animals excluded. And this one excluded animal will go up against the divider and look frantic and exhibit lots of behaviors that we would associate in humans with fear of missing out, trying to reunite with the group, trying to get the attention of the group, trying to get over there. A lot of attending, looks frantic, and studying what we think is actually going on. And so I think coming up with paradigms to try to probe social isolation, and we don't even know what behaviors animals exhibit when they're lonely. This is a challenging field because there's no number of lever presses. There's no script to follow, and there's no trial structure. And so for a neuroscientists were trained to be rigorous about our statistics because of the stochastic nature of neural activity. And how do we process
What does stochastic
trial
mean?
Structure? How do we
Hi,
be
Nissy.
statistically
How you
rigorous
doing?
when the animal is just free floating, deciding whatever it wants to do? And so that is kind of
Thank you, Kira. I appreciate
crucible
you.
that my lab is working through right now.
Hard
to
Sunday. Oh, I'm
establish
sorry to hear that.
pipelines and techniques and ways to quantify.
Yeah, I've been kind of hacking and dying a
social
bit, but I'm a
behaviors
little better
and
today.
Peel off all the layers.
I love where your lab is headed, which just means we're going to have you back on here again at some point in the future to get the answers to those questions that you're now addressing. I've long thought that we really know how we feel about somebody when something good happens to them or for them. And I never quite understood this at the level of mechanisms. How could I? It's not what my lab studies. But, I think that there's a natural sort of empathy, if one is a healthy, empathic person, to seeing a member of our own species, and hopefully also to observing the members of other species, experiencing some discomfort. We don't like that, nor should we. So another human is in emotional pain, right? The wail or the cry of loss is like one that just, I think, for any person who's empathically attuned is just like, ugh. Or an animal, you hear an animal in pain, like, goodness. I mean, I'm not here to diagnose sociopathy, but if that doesn't evoke at least some sort of response of like, oh gosh, like what I wouldn't do to remove that pain, that their pain is your pain, empathy, that seems like a very reflexive circuit, or at least I would hope so. But when somebody experiences something positive, I think it's normal and healthy to have a graded set of responses. If it's somebody that we really love, we may not even know them. We think, yeah, like you're just reflexively happy for them. Somebody that we dislike, I think there's a more natural tendency to be like, oh, right? As opposed to if that person were in pain, I would like to think that even if one didn't like them, that you would think like, oh, that sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that. So I feel like there's some asymmetry in these empathic interactions. They're both empathy. One has negative valence, pain. The other one has positive valence, another member of our species or other species receiving reward. And we can delight in that. I mean, I'm almost embarrassed to admit how many ferret and otter and raccoon accounts I follow.
I love him.
Seeing them eat. I love seeing the little hands of the raccoons. There's some great raccoon accounts, by the way. And I delight in it. I delight in it. I want to see the raccoons win. I don't know why. I love animals, and so I suppose that's why.
Thank you, Kira. I appreciate
so
you.
that we are asymmetrically wired for this empathic attunement.
Chaotic or
Can we
unpredictable to an
observe
extent,
that
I
in
think.
your
Oh, that
environment?
other
So I
word? I
realize
forget
this
what
might
it
not
was
be
now.
squarely in the wheelhouse of what your lab is focusing on, but I think it relates enough to
Stochastic
the
is
topics
having
that
a
we're
random
covering today
probability
that just,
distribution
if you'd like to
that may be
speculate,
analyzed statistically but not
on what
predicted exactly. I see.
might be going on there.
Yeah, I can definitely speculate. Something that we think about a lot, but again, there's some level of this which is semantics. I think of empathy as being defined
Thank you for
as
subscribing on
being
YouTube.
able to understand
How's your day
another
going,
animal's
Missy?
emotion and also taking it on. So I think something that's a little bit different than emotional contagion, right? I see a panic, I'm in a group of panic. It's not the same thing as empathy. Empathy is often used in sort of certain contexts, like feeling sorry for someone, and it's maybe different for feeling happy for someone. And this is something I was just talking about with one of my graduate students the other day. Why is there an asymmetry in empathy for positive and negative, or is it just what we've studied? It's easier to study this. So there's a number of we don't know the answer, but I guess another conceptual framework to put out there. I'm not saying it's correct. It's, I think, just a good tool for debate. But it's not so much that there's good people and bad people and that good people are empathic and bad people aren't. So it's not quite so simple. I guess the way I think about it is whether you view this other social agent as having aligned goals or agendas as you, or are they adversarial? So if they're in your alliance, whatever that means, broadly defined, versus adversarial, you would have a different feeling. And it's you see this. I guess I was just watching this. Okay, this is just sort of oversharing, but this is a podcast, not a primary research journal, so I can just say things, right? So I watch some trash TV sometimes. And these reality competition shows where it's like, then you vote the two best friends into elimination, and they have to eliminate each other. Or
Mildly
whatever.
sadistic.
But then they're best friends, and they like they and then it's basically mutually exclusive. Either you can care about your friend and feel bad not wanting to send them home, or you kick it. You just it's game time, and you compete. And so you can see different individuals wrestling with these two brain states and how to, like, what to do. But they are essentially, my speculation is that viewing someone as a competitor and they're an adversary, they are standing in the way of me getting what I want, empathy goes down. It's like inversely correlated to empathy if you are viewed as a competitor. So things that would contribute to you creating a model where in a social agent, it is an adversary as opposed to a potential ally, is really what it's going to come down to the degree that you feel empathy. Like the second you realize someone's out to get you, no empathy. And no more empathy for this person who I just realized is out to get me, or something like that. Or, in the case of being isolated for a long period of time, you've learned to exist on your own now. Maybe everyone's your competitor or adversary. None of you guys are really helping me do my day I don't really need you guys for anything. So I'm eating this food or whatever. I think it just becomes different when you're part of an ecosystem and you realize that, there's consequences, and there's every action that you take, every act of altruism.
What she's saying is making a lot of sense to me.
There's some score being kept when you're part of a society, and then when you're
my camera messed up. One
there's
second.
there's none of that. And so I think the degree to which you're integrated in society, it's almost like the extracellular matrix. This is an out there analogy, but when you think about synapses being made, connections between people, there's also all the support material that facilitates certain patterns and certain connections from happening or not happening. And I think it's stuff that we haven't quantified yet, but it doesn't, I think those things should be studied.
Factor provides balanced eating made simple.
They provide a new menu every week with delicious, nutritious meals.
It's so convenient, it's just delivered.
Years ago, I worked with at-risk kids, and a fair number of them had just arrived from a region of the world that had undergone dramatic socio-political.
Okay, now I'm gonna mix some blues.
And change. And it was remarkable because we would put out a tray of food to eat, and then the format was everyone would serve themselves, and then you could go get more food if everyone finished. And a couple of these kids that had come from these very deprived environments would just take more than their share. It was clear that by taking that, other kids weren't going to get any. And I remember telling them, listen, we all have to eat more or less equal parts, and then there is more. We can get more. And I'll never forget this kid's response. He just turned to me and he said, "You can't hit us." And I said, "That's true. I can't hit you." And he said, "So I'm just going to take as much as I want." And this took several weeks actually to work out, right? Because of course I would never hit him. And but
everyone's his adversary.
Everyone's his adversary. And it was remarkable to see the evolution of these kids across that. It was about 3.5 weeks, at which point they actually became incredibly good at sharing. But it took a lot of work. It was almost as if even though they knew more trays of food could arrive, not limitless, but there was an abundance of food.
Yeah.
In the moment, they were solving for that short horizon moment.
Yeah.
And here we're talking about human beings capable of speech and expression of emotion, et cetera. And he understood the fundamental rule, which was I couldn't hit him. Therefore, he could basically do what he wanted without that consequence.
Which is the main consequence he'd faced,
right?
Apparently,
Exactly. And I remember, it was so striking. I'll never forget that. And the evolution to a different, more
Oh God, Valley, no,
was wonderful, especially because of what it did for him. But I'll never forget thinking this is a human being who's essentially functioning like an animal. Like an animal. I mean, I had a bulldog mastiff, and he was kind to other dogs. But if there were unattended to toys at the dog park, he was going to pick them up, and he'd put them right in front of himself. And this was down in San Diego, and he'd sit with them right in front of him. And I'm like, Costello, you're not going to play with all those toys. But if another dog came and he wouldn't, he would just sit in front of them. But another dog would come and try and take one of those toys, and he had these giant mitts, and he would just boom, stamp it out and drag it back. And so it seems that there are these very primitive circuits about resource allocation and protection of resources that, in the absence of understanding that there's a much bigger landscape, like Costello eventually figured out, like tug's a fun game. Although most dogs couldn't play tug with him, there were a few that could. He was a 90-pound bulldog. He was just a neck like this. But, to see this in a human being was just so striking. As you're describing this, it's like this adversary versus neutral versus friend. It's just so striking. And it's got to be, that the brain, as complex as it is, I've often wondered, and our colleague Marcus Meister once said that, circuits in the brain can broadly be divided into these sorts of circuits, into yum, yuck, and meh, right? Which is far too simplistic, right? But who am I to argue with the great Marcus Meister? And I'm not going to. But it's sort of interesting. We sort of bin our responses into yes, okay, let's cooperate, or yes, let's cooperate.
You're summarizing valence.
Yeah. Or no way, no chance, like mine.
Yeah.
Versus like, meh. And, as complex as I'd like to think the brain is, and we are, I mean, maybe when it comes down to behaviors and how we interpret input and our decision-making, maybe it's really all about feelings of safety and feelings of relatedness. Yeah.
I think it's also about the experiential statistics that you have been exposed to. So this boy who says, I'm going to take all this food because you can't hit me. I mean, we don't know, but the picture that grows out of my imagination is this boy's had a lot of experiences of people hitting them, a lot of experiences of not enough food, and not a lot of experiences of strangers being nice to them, like not a lot of people that you could trust. That's the experiential statistics that would fit this model. Someone like you who's coming in and being like, oh no, there's more food. I'm going to give you guys more food for free. I'm going to give you even more food the experiential statistics are you've come from a world of abundance where people are generosity, you've learned being generous can make you have a lifelong friend and all these amazing opportunities that make your quality of life. That food is, you're never going to think about food again. It's about the relationships because that's your experiential statistics. And so I think this is such a profound concept about neuroscience and the brain, about our social structures and how they form, what makes a structure egalitarian or despotic, right? Like how can we as individuals take a structure that is one format, let's say despotic hierarchy, and evolve it into something that's more egalitarian? And what are the levers and what are the parameter spaces that we can pull on? And I think these are questions that, I mean, it's hard to think of what could be more important. But that perspective of thinking about from experiential statistics, I think really supports, the need of diversity, bringing in people to academia who've had very different experiences, experiential statistics, different biases of what they're going to think is interesting to work on and study, and obviously in every sector of our society. So I think, how can we get more diverse sets of experiences represented at each decision-making body that really matters?
Yeah, amen to that. And also to be able to understand that differences in background experience require that we earlier you mentioned theory of mind, this ability to get into the mindset of others and sort of assume or presume certain mindsets in order to hopefully create a more benevolent environment for everybody. It requires, realizing that some people's social interactions are, have been terrible or traumatic, or, it requires a departure from self, essentially. It requires this empathy or something like empathy in all directions, right? I mean, in all directions. It requires that everyone at least make some effort to try and understand that. I do wonder, and maybe someone would put on the comments on YouTube, maybe you're aware, Kay, of whether or not kids are being trained in that beautiful period of time of life where neuroplasticity is so robust, although it does continue throughout the lifespan, it is especially robust early in life, to be in a healthy way empathically attuned, to be able to have theory of mind, more robust theory of mind.
Yeah, so I think it's really. I mean, I'm a parent. I have 2 kids that are in public school, and I think their public school's rated. It's fine, but
we won't say where you live.
It's all right. And but at their school, they definitely do get education about more holistic health and emotional regulation, I think, and considering others. That's a big focus of the school, and I think that's actually really important. I mean, again, I'm super biased from my upbringing, but my kids are going to learn math whenever it's time to learn the math. They'll learn it whenever they need it. Whenever they need it, they're going to learn it in a couple weeks and figure it out, do the thing. Most of the things that they learn, they're going to forget them and then have to relearn them. So what are the things that you're going to really need to know no matter what you choose to do? And I think regulating your own emotions and engaging other individuals in a healthy, sustainable way that, and I mean sustainable in terms of the longevity of the relationships. And I think those are the things that end up really mattering. So I think also this question about exposure to abundance and scarcity is really interesting too. I mean, I don't know if that's a direction we want to go into. So
please, yeah. Well, I think this whole it sort of sounds sort of new agey when I say the abundance mindset, right? I mean, you see this in people who are like recently divorced or newly single for whatever reason. Like, is the world a place where like finding partnership is relatively straightforward with some work involved, or is it like, well, there's only one person on the planet for you and they might be dead already, right? Like, is there if someone else's business takes off, maybe someone you went to college or high school with, or their lab is doing really well, you're seeing them, tremendously successful, that maybe they made $100 million in a company acquisition. Do you immediately feel like, oh, those are resources that I don't have, even though I'm not in that business? Or do you see it as, wow, that there must be a lot of money out there that people could earn and potentially make?
I really, prescribe and believe in this abundance versus scarcity mindset framework. I think there's absolutes, like the example we just talked about, the kid, there's just not food. There's scarcity of food, fact, Of course, there are individuals that experience scarcity of various different needs, but many of us, we reach a threshold of abundance and then it becomes relative. We have everything we absolutely physiologically need if we're not comparing ourselves to anyone else. But then once we enter the social arena, comparison is essential. Why do we compare ourselves to others? It's ingrained because social status is something that we need to attend to. A large part of our brain is devoted to representing our relative social rank. What's our place with a social network? What's the dynamic? How do we fit into the social landscape? And comparison, I think, is just a way to do that. That's been evolutionarily conserved, perhaps for less of a good purpose at this point, because so many of our basic survival needs are met for the large majority of humans on the planet today. Not for everybody, of course, but yet what is the percentage of humans who feel they have everything that they desire? How many people feel like they don't want for anything? And, it's interesting because having things doesn't make you have an abundance mindset. Having abundance is not sufficient to give you the mindset of abundance.
That's such an important statement. I mean, I don't think they could be restated enough. You've studied social rank.
Mm-hmm.
People hear social rank and hierarchy, and I have to guess that at least some neurons in their amygdala and other areas of the brain get buzzing, because as soon as people hear social rank, they, I think, naturally start thinking, well, where am I in this social rank? And how do I feel about how that rank is, established, and all sorts of interesting and important questions. Some people get very angry that there are billionaires on this planet,
Mm-hmm.
especially given that in most major cities, you don't have to go very far to see people who have very limited resources.
Mm-hmm.
So social rank is something that I think exists in every little niche, like, at work, and maybe even in the family, there's social rank.
Mm-hmm.
I have a sibling. I remember who got more of a piece of cake, like even a slight difference in that, was something that my older sibling would point out, because she was more effective at getting the slightly larger piece of cake. Because until I was, big enough to fend for myself. And my friends with larger sibling pools in their family, it was especially competitive.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever gone to a meal with somebody who had a lot of siblings.
They eat fast.
They different resource allocation methods than if they were an only child versus one sibling.
Mm-hmm.
There's variation here. I'm generalizing, but yeah, let's talk about social rank. What do we know about how social rank is organized in the brain, how we perceive our own social ranking, and what's the modern science on this stuff? I find it fascinating. I'm not scared of any topic, well, most any topic, and I think this is one that affects us all.
Yeah, I mean, I'll first say that social rank is something very specific to a certain type of hierarchy that assumes a linear hierarchy, which sometimes forms, but oftentimes there's different types of hierarchies that are flatter or more amorphous. It's not really clear who's the alpha on the playground. I don't know. There's this clique here.
And it can be dynamic.
Right. It's dynamic. It's not always organized as such. But if you get animals into a sort of small space, you will see in many species, especially in the males, forming a linear hierarchy. And we wanted to explore this. And so I think one of the biggest challenges with studying social rank, and this is something we've struggled with as well, is how do you control for the individual identity versus the actual rank? So what I mean by this is, let's say there's a study that says that neurons in a certain brain region fire to animals of different ranks according to the rank. Fire most of the alpha, less down to the rank. Does that tell us that this brain region encodes social rank? Maybe in a loose sense, and I'm sure that when rank issues come up, a lot of the brain lights up for different reasons. But for example, let's say the amygdala would respond more to the alpha, maybe because it encodes social rank, but maybe also because whoever is the dominant is the one who's most likely to have consequences. And so
Hell no,
all of my
Valley, that sounds
interactions
dumb.
with the alpha are relatively high consequence, and so I'm sort of stressed out whenever I'm talking to the alpha, paying attention. And you remember all the
Abundance
interactions
mindset
you have with
versus
your boss
scarcity
more
mindset
so
sounds
than,
like a very
someone else.
succinct
There's an attention
comparison
hierarchy.
of
Subordinates attend
liberalism
border dominance. And
versus
so it's
conservatism.
almost hard to make this comparison
Ooh.
because it's not all flat.
Very
Like
true.
The clean experiment, which we are still trying to do, it's difficult to do the perfect experiment, would be if you take an individual and change their rank. So for example, I like to use this example with Barack Obama, so just indulge me. I know that this is
Like,
from a while ago. but
the black
one
spot in the
time
hair,
I met Barack Obama
not an entirely
for a
dumb
very
idea,
brief
but with the
moment
hair
when
I
he
have
was
now, I
president.
think it would look dumb.
And maybe there's some neurons that light up. Oh, wow, there's the Barack Obama / president neurons. But if they are identity neurons, once he was no longer president, if I was to be presented with Barack Obama, then they would still fire. If they were rank neurons, then maybe after he was no longer president, these neurons fire to whoever is president now. And so I think that experiment is very difficult to do and has not been done, but we're working on it right now in another experiment where we take animals and they're living in groups and we rank them all, and then we rehouse them. So everybody has a rank that they start with. Then we put all the alphas together, put all the betas together, et cetera, so that everybody forms a new rank. Then you have animals that went up a rank, went down a rank, or stayed the same for every group.
I already got
That's
3
kind of
colors
what
going
we're
on.
doing
If I do
now.
a black
So
spot,
initially,
that would be
you
chaos.
take a pool of animals, and then let's say you got your number 1, 2, 3, 4, just for sake of simplicity. Let's say I take the number 4.
Also,
lowest
doing
in
something like that on the back of my
hierarchy.
head,
But now I make them the
by
top of the new
myself.
That's
hierarchy.
right. That's right.
Got it.
not
And so
easy.
it's really preliminary, and we'll see what happens. But we're investigating. It seems that when you take alphas, intermediates, or subordinates and put them together into new hierarchies, it takes them different amounts of time, and the dynamics are very different in forming the new hierarchy. And so
In any kind of predictable way that you're willing to share, or is it just too early?
I think it's too early, but I'll just say, I guess it seems like the intermediates might be taking the longest amount of time to form the hierarchy.
They don't know where they sit in the hierarchy.
They were flexible or something. Whereas the dominants, they're gonna duke it out, and then we're gonna battle. There'll be defeat. It's quick. The fight doesn't last that long. Subordinates, I we have to still observe. This is all still, we'll see if everything replicates, but certainly the dynamics are different. What the exact readouts we're working on, what the features are, what key features to see, but it's kind of uncanny because these are genetically inbred animals that are all housed in everyone should be the same theoretically, but this makes me think that during certain developmental periods, rank is shaping your long-lasting development. I think it's a similar phenomenon perhaps to the older child, younger child phenomenon where, if you're the oldest, you go into the world and you have lots of different roles. You might be the bottom, you're going to play on sports teams and be in different classes and have all these jobs. But the leadership desire / potential skill seems to be correlated in a very non-scientific way.
Is that right?
The number of presidents, that's often oldest or only children, this type of thing. It's a loose correlation. There's a lot of other reasons why it might not be behavioral, but there's sort of, fluffy correlations about that. I think there's something to it though. When plasticity is happening, this becomes your most familiar state of assuming a certain role, and that attractor state deepens with more time spent there.
I find that so fascinating. I've also observed, and I think I've seen a few papers on, I don't know how rigorous these papers are, that youngest, or let's just say not oldest siblings, here we're setting aside single children that don't have any siblings, but that youngest siblings do tend to, quote unquote, break the mold more in terms of socio and cultural norms of the family. They venture further in terms of experiences and value systems. They're often seen as having had fewer constraints than the older sibling, which may or may not be true, but that the youngest siblings often will take on risk that older siblings won't.
Yeah.
And that's certainly been my observation.
More nonconformists.
Right. I mean, I'm a younger brother of an older sister. But then there was times in our childhood where she was out of the house and I was at home just with my mom. So that sort of changes things. And it's very dynamic. I realize we're playing here in a kind of a loose space. But but I find social rank stuff to be super interesting. I grew up in a big pack of mostly boys. That's just kind of how it worked out in my neighborhood at the time. And it was very interesting because it was very clear it was a dynamic hierarchy where if we were skateboarding, certain kids were alpha. If we were playing soccer, other kids were alpha. If we were doing anything artistic, if it was kind of geeky knowledge and nerdy stuff, then it might have been somebody else who had the knowledge and had the information that people wanted. So I think dynamic hierarchies are really interesting, and I think get us out of that sort of more standard alpha, like kind of chest beating, telling everyone what to do, dictatorial model.
I mean, and this is now fully out of any science land and into speculation.
Did you say dictatorial?
I think that type of structure where when you're doing different tasks, different individuals become the alpha or the leader because it's based on competence is very healthy. I think structures where you have a locked down, this is the hierarchy where someone's the boss of you because of this one skill, but then there's all these other skills that they're not superior to, they don't outrank you at. And so how do you work all of that out? And so I think that's also something about keeping score, like what is the rank, right? And so we did this experiment where we designed a task. Animals are trained that a cue predicts reward delivery. Only one animal can get it at a time. It's just a very narrow place. So if one animal's getting it, you can't get it. Then we would have 4 animals that are cage mates, 4 mice that are cage mates, and we would have 2 of them duke it out at each point. And we know the ranks. The ranks are stable. They have a rank 1, 2, 3, 4 in the cage, and everybody does a round robin. 1s versus 2s, 1s versus 3s, 2s versus
fight.
Yeah, they do a round robin in this reward competition task. They're food deprived. And we present rewards. What happens? And so subordinates do win some of the times, even though dominants win more. They consistently win more. And we found that prefrontal cortical neurons, you could represent very stably and decode which animal was dominant, flat, regardless of the trial. And then when you looked at whether we could decode competitive success, meaning who is going to win that next trial. So there's a new trial every 30 or 40 seconds. And so, but 30 seconds before, which is as far as we can measure, because then we're like kind of into the previous trial. As soon as the last trial ends, even before the next trial ends, you can predict above chance significantly which animal is going to win the next trial.
Just based on the firing pattern of prefrontal cortical neurons.
That's right.
So you can predict winners and losers. You can predict and understand where they are in the hierarchy as well based on the activation of neurons prior to the battle.
That's
like
right.
recording from the, by analogy, it's like recording from the prefrontal cortex of 2, let's say business
Oh, I didn't know that was a word for that.
Martial arts competitors. And you can predict who's going to win based on the pattern of firing in their brains prior to the competition.
That's right. And so
I look like a mess right now, but
also
trust the process.
Number one, it doesn't mean these competitions are not independent. There's something about the state of the animal. And when we looked at, is it just whoever won the previous trial?
I'm gonna let this sit, and then I might touch it up after I rinse it out. We'll see.
I thought this was really interesting, but when you look at the decoding accuracy for dominants versus subordinates about who will win the next trial, for dominants, it stays pretty flat. It just has to do with, I think, this is my speculation of our data, that they either are engaged or they're not engaged. The subordinates, the decoding accuracy is above chance, but then it shoots up somewhere around closer to the cue presentation. And so my speculation about that is that the subordinates are looking at the dominants. The dominant doesn't look like they're going to go for it. Okay, it looks like they're turning away. I'm gonna go. So it's not like they're both going out full every time. It's a calculation. Which trials? Oh, he's not paying attention. It's like when you're driving in traffic and you're trying to find the moment to cut over, and you're waiting for the person who's like texting, and there's a big space, and then everybody's just getting in right here. You can just see. You're like looking for clues about the state of level, of competition, and then the dominants, they are not looking at the subordinate. They're just doing whatever they feel like doing.
It's a fact. In the new economy, average people are becoming millionaires faster and easier than ever before. But how do they do it? According to the news, the whole world's falling apart. Well, that's the million-dollar question. Now, if you're not interested in the million-dollar answer, go ahead and skip to the end of this video, and I'm sorry for wasting your time. But if you do want to know more, keep watching, and in the next 60 seconds, I'm going to teach you the fastest way that I've found to become a millionaire in the new economy. Hi, my name is Jeff Lerner, and I did not become a millionaire the traditional way. I didn't work 40 years for the man, didn't invent anything, definitely didn't inherit a trust fund or win the lottery, but I did take a massive shortcut. And since then, I've generated over $50 million in my online businesses, been on the Inc. 5000 twice, won a bunch of other awards, and most importantly, I've helped tens of thousands of other people take their own shortcut. Now, for the first time ever, I'm sharing everything that I've done to achieve these massive results in a simple book. And I'm not gonna do this forever, but for right now, it is 100% free. No catch, no shipping cost, and no credit card required. I'll send this right to your email and you can download it instantly. So click the link in this video right now, go to my website and enter your email to download a copy of the book.
It's like I think there's that one scene in Mad Men where something happened.
I made time!
And,
Oh wow, I'm a millionaire now!
Someone's account didn't sell or something didn't work out for one person versus the other. And I think one of the characters says to
True that, it would.
Don Draper, who's clearly one of the alphas in that work environment by virtue of role and position, says, you know, I sometimes think about the way that you blank, 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 and blank. And he goes on this brief tirade about how upset he was. And Draper says, well, I don't think about you at all. And then the elevator, I believe, closes. And it really cemented his status in the office as somebody who's really not paying much attention to what other people are doing. He's just making decisions according to what's going to be best for the firm, and in some cases for himself, and in some cases both. So I think that's essentially what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the nature of the structure. That's what makes you the alpha. Is you have other things that are occupying your attention, and your visionary status. Hopefully, if you're a productive, successful alpha, and for a sustainable group. And then everyone else they don't need to have the big picture. They don't it becomes the reinforcement schedule is different. I'm just looking for validation. Am I playing my role? Okay. It's a very different mindset. I think, as a scientist, when you're a trainee, sometimes you're a supporting member on a team where you're getting instruction, someone's telling you what to do, versus the moment where you get your own project. And maybe you're working by yourself, maybe there's no one to command, but no one's telling you what to do. That is, to me, one of the biggest thresholds to step over when you're becoming a scientist or an investigator, is the first time where you just do something and try an experiment no one told you to do. And it feels super weird. It feels like you're sneaking around or something. And then, I think in today's mentorship chain, sometimes that happens too late. I think if we could have that experience happen earlier, I think that would only be good for the future of research.
I agree. I was very fortunate that my graduate advisor told me, look, I'm going to help you, but I'm going to have 2 kids while you're in the lab, and I'm not going to be around a lot. So you're going to have to figure it out. Don't burn the lab down. Don't kill yourself with any of the poisons in the lab. And then my postdoc advisor, the late and great Ben Barris, largely treated the postdocs as junior professors from an early stage. And I remember thinking, he can't control the experiments I'm going to do. This is up to me. And he and a great number of us who were training with him at that time went on to have our own lab. So I think there's really something important to that model. And of course, we're discussing the research field, but this could be exported to any number of different fields, because what those mentors were essentially training us to do was to assume the role that we would eventually have, as opposed to be subordinates. Do you watch Chimp Empire?
So actually, just this week, yesterday and the day before this, a postdoc interview who worked with the chimps on Chimp Empire visited and interviewed him in my lab and talked about his work. So I have not seen Chimp Empire, but it's at the very top of my to-do list.
Oh, God, it's so good. I don't want to spend the next 20 minutes talking about it, but you see all sorts of interesting behavior, very relevant to human behavior. Hierarchies, yes, but also altruistic behavior, allopathic grooming. I mean, in chimp culture, as I've learned from the show, assuming it's accurate, that who grooms who is very important. And there's all sorts of interesting maneuvers that subordinates make. And there's all sorts of interesting displays of vigor that the alpha makes to remind people that they are the alpha. And then as they age or make mistakes of judgment, the subordinates also will feign deference. They'll be like, oh yeah, you're the alpha, you're really tough. And secretly they're plotting to replace the alpha. So whether or not we're talking about a scene from Mad Men, or we're talking about Chimp Empire, or we're talking about research laboratories, or any other landscape, kindergarten, I think these circuits are active in all of us. And the sooner that we acknowledge those and try and find ones that generalize to the goodness of as many members as possible, we're not doing our task. But clearly you're doing the task. So, okay, social rank is something that we need to acknowledge, no doubt. Which actually leads me to what might seem like a disparate topic, but one that I know we're both very interested in and that you're focusing on now, which is psychedelics. Because one of the interesting things about psychedelics is their capacity to increase neuroplasticity, but also some of the psychedelics, and I realize MDMA is not a classic psychedelic, but they are classified as empathogens. They increase empathy for self and others. So what are you looking into with psychedelics? Which psychedelics? And what brought you to the study of psychedelics? And by the way, I've participated in clinical, because people will wonder, I have participated in clinical trials for psilocybin and MDMA. I don't recommend people do psychedelics recreationally. I do think they hold great promise for the treatment of depression and trauma, but people need to be careful. There are certain people who could not and should not take psychedelics because it would be genuinely unsafe for them psychologically, especially young people. So there's my disclaimer. And but they are fascinating compounds.
So I guess I've always been interested in psychedelics. I think I wrote my undergraduate thesis about hallucinations produced by psychedelics, psychotic breaks, and REM sleep, and schizophrenia. Just comparing what is the common thread when our brain creates a reality that is not objectively there. And psychedelics, of course, is a way that we can experience that and remember it and recall it in a way that's very difficult with REM sleep and sometimes with psychotic breaks. Obviously, schizophrenia is not something that you can transiently give yourself and have that experience. So I think having the ability to move into other brain states is what makes it so attractive. I think the other component is the plasticity. You can have an experience, and perhaps the firsthand experience is you have an epiphany that you take with you. It's life-changing, and your life habits are completely different for a long-lasting way after this singular experience is kind of one of the things that makes it so different from all of the other therapeutic treatments that we've got, or most of the other ones, I'd say. And so for me, right now there's a lot of work going on exploring psychedelics as a therapy for various different conditions, disease states. I think that's great. I think it's really important work. I'm glad a lot is being done on that. I think my focus is to turn over some rocks that might not have been turned over yet, and just to get really down at a quantitative, rigorous mathematical level of what is a hallucination. For example, when I ask this question, what is a hallucination? I'm interested in the actual cellular mechanisms. Are we just, we think about neurons having signal to noise and neuromodulation as changing that. Are we just changing the signal to noise ratio and then pattern completing all the noise, and that's what a hallucination is? We just, we're just reinterpreting noise and putting sort of existing maps. Everything's fitting to an existing mold or map that we've already got that then appears as some hallucination. Or is, and maybe it doesn't have to be hallucination. There's also obviously some various different thresholds of the psychedelic experience. But all these clinical statements, these human self-reported qualitative descriptions of the psychedelic experience, things like having just more positive outlook, being uniting one and self and other, like a sort of clarity of the world, more labile in thoughts, more flexible thoughts. We are trying to just create actual ways to test them. So, for example, this idea about what is going on in your mind when you're having a psychedelic experience. All of these different states might feel more labile. It maybe the transition probabilities between different brain states of like happy, sad, thinking, nostalgic, maybe it's just all looser. And so you can access everything because the transition probabilities are just high. Another possibility is that, and maybe it's dose dependent, at a certain dose, you go into another brain state. And so previously, we've done this in the same project that I was just telling you about, RANK. We were recording for prefrontal cortical neurons and looking at all the behaviors. And so the behaviors for representing social rank, we don't know what they are. So we used computer vision to extract a bunch of behavioral motifs and then tried to understand what's the best model that would predict, what the animal's gonna do next. Not just wins and losses, but all the subtle gestures. Are we gonna fight? Are we gonna give it up? Are we gonna back off? And predict the behaviors from prefrontal cortical activity. And the best model that we found was something called a hidden Markovian model, which essentially just means that there are hidden states. You might think of them as moods. You might give them some other name, but I'll use moods loosely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of one way that helps me think about hidden states, where you have certain statistics of behaviors that you would produce. If I'm sad, there's certain things I'm gonna do. It's a different statistics than when I'm happy, different probability of going surfing if I'm sad or happy, or, things like that. So we basically found that there are a certain number of hidden states. And so if you are on psychedelics, would that change the number of states or just the transitions between them? We also found in our prefrontal cortical representation that there's a certain distance of the representation of self and other in this, dimensionality reduced activity space. So for mumbo jumbo, that just means there's a representation of self and other. There's some quantifiable distance in abstract, terms.
Enjoy your
in the
dinner, Valley.
brain, and we can quantify if those representations get closer
I'm about to hop
together
in the shower and rinse
Of
this
self
out.
versus
of
other.
self versus other. So that's something that we would want, we would be looking for if you are putting psychedelics on. These are questions that I'm interested in that are under construction. So right now, we're recording from animals while we're giving them psilocybin using neural pixels recordings. So we're recording from thousands of neurons in prefrontal cortex and other parts of cortex, because the shank goes to lots of places, and looking at how animals respond in a conflict task. So there's trials where there's a cue that predicts reward, a cue that predicts shock. Then there's some trials where both cues are presented and both outcomes are presented. And the reason for this conflict trial is that actually if you give, moderate to low doses of psilocybin, or most drugs, honestly, animals can do this. Even on lots of different drugs, most people can still eat food and avoid getting hit by this truck. I mean, there are exceptions, of course, but generally speaking, there's a lot of different brain states where you can still do these essential functions pretty robustly. But it's about what happens in the more ambiguous zone. What happens when there's a conflict, and what do you do? How do you, when it's a little gray, I think that's when you can see a shift in valence assignment. So that's something that we've been looking for and trying to see if, in clinical studies, they're exploring set and setting as maybe the factors that have in the past historically given very unpredictable outcomes for psychedelic therapies. It's possible that it's set and setting. It's also possible that there's individual variability. It's possible that there are biomarkers that can predict which individuals would be well suited for this type of therapy. And so those are also things that we're interested in.
I find this so fascinating. And I just want to applaud you again for taking on these hard questions. These are fairly high level questions. Certainly, there's a lot of clinical trials exploring psychedelics like psilocybin and their role in treating mental health. And there's, at the same time, a real dearth of studies exploring mechanistically how these compounds are working. I mean, I do want to tip my hat to all the folks that have explored dendritic changes and so cellular changes in the level of neurons and on and on. But in terms of these like higher level states of self versus other recognition in psychedelics, that those are tough questions that need to be addressed mechanistically, and it's clear you're doing that. I think this this notion that you're testing of whether or not psychedelics reveal more accessibility or lability, as you described it, between different states, like, oh wow, I can actually move from sad to happy. There's a route for that, and you can experience that as opposed to just being told that. Right. Hey, when you're feeling sad, feel your. The field of psychology, especially pop psychology, is in a real crisis right now, in my opinion, because we're told to feel our feelings, but then we're also told to not react to our feelings, which sounds great, but if those feelings get intense enough, that's very hard for most people to do. So it's feel your feelings, but don't stay with it. There's the cathartic model, like feel your feelings and get them out, screaming and et cetera. And then there's the no, the more you engage a neural pathway, the stronger that neural pathway gets, and therefore you're just going to feel more anger. There's a lot of conflict right now in terms of the popular psychology version of this, whereas the clinical fields, I think, have an understanding that hasn't been translated. I think one other thing about psychedelics that is interesting is that the transitions into states is also more labile. Like if you start feeling a little sad, there's the potential to feel very, very sad and to go into a state of sadness of an intensity you've never experienced before, which, by the way, could be therapeutically beneficial. I think there's some evidence for that, provided there's adequate support before, during, and after those sessions. But I think most people feel, when they're not on psychedelics, will feel emotions that are uncomfortable and will do all sorts of things to try and avoid those emotions. So I'm not speaking as a clinician here, but I think what the range and specificity of questions that you're asking about psychedelics, I find so exciting. Another reason I'll say that we want to have you back to discuss those findings when they come out.
Can I show you something that kind of messed me up? This is a ribbon that represents 100 years. And depending on how old you are.
Let's talk a little bit about you.
Okay.
I've known you for a while, but to be honest, I think this is the longest conversation we've ever had, which is one of the reasons I love doing this podcast. I get to sit down with colleagues and have intellectual / other conversations of substantial depth that I wouldn't have the opportunity to have elsewhere. I know enough about you, however, to know that you've been involved in various things. I'm not going to say peripheral to science, but you have other interests as well. As I recall, you have been a yoga instructor, or you've been involved in the kind of wellness, fitness community industry. Tell us about that. And then I'm also curious about how you structure your day, your routines, given that you're a parent of 2 young children, you run a very large laboratory operating at the very highest level. And of course, you value important things like relationships and relationship to self and health and all these sorts of things. So not to make it too open-ended, but yeah, tell us of your interests and of your relationship to wellness and fitness and well-being.
Yeah. I think, everybody comes to their calling in some, what feels like a path that you couldn't predict. But when you look at it outside, I guess both of my parents are professors, so it doesn't look super surprising that I'm a professor. But that's not how it felt to me when I was in high school. I was a total rebel. I just threw parties at my house. My parents weren't there. Sorry, everybody who's listening. I don't recommend that. But I just cared about having fun and sports. And I think school wasn't maybe challenging enough for me at that time. I didn't necessarily recognize that was what it was, but I've always enjoyed being really active, and that's what makes me feel good. I definitely agree with stuff you've said on your podcast about having exercise routines in the morning that really influence the rest of your day. I didn't always exercise in the morning. I have different phases, but Yeah, after I was an undergrad, I took some time to travel around Australia, backpack around Australia, live in some very remote places, spend some time living in a tent. Then I was a yoga instructor. Um, then I went to grad school in the Bay Area. I had a very active hobby of, I was a semi-professional breakdancer. I was very into breakdancing.
Really?
Really competitive breakdancer in the
Really?
Bay Area. Yes. We did, halftime shows, or I guess technically third quarter timeout shows at the Oracle Stadium for the Golden State Warriors. I was the one girl who could do a windmill, so they would use me. Like,
Oh my goodness,
okay,
we're-
windmills.
Someone's
go,
going to find
bust it out."
footage of this.
Yeah. There's some, very mediocre footage of me breakdancing. And I was just really into it. But I think that's where my work-life balance passion comes from. I talk about it a lot. I think about it a lot. And people say to me all the time, well,
Okay, I'm gonna go rinse my hair, guys. I will be back.
is this really true? Why do you preach all this work-life balance stuff when, you must have been a workaholic at some point in your life? And I think, when I was younger, I definitely didn't like the idea that you had to only be one thing. I wanted to be so many things. I couldn't decide. It was a huge challenge. I was going to be a writer. I was going to be a yoga instructor. I never really thought I was going to be a professional dancer. I just wasn't good enough. And there's not careers to be made from dancing, really. It's very difficult. But, had a lot of other interests. And I wanted to prove, I don't know who I wanted to prove it to. I think myself at first, and then eventually it made me feel like I should maybe prove it to everyone that you can have a very whole life and not sacrifice everything. You don't have to choose between family and career or personal life. You can have them all. You just have to decide that it's a priority and own that and make those choices on a daily basis, and comes down to time management. And so it's been even though it looks like, oh, Kay just likes to have fun and have all these other hobbies, it's important because I think that we need more role models especially in academic science, where people bring their whole selves to their job. And even though your job is a very specific thing, because you have a role as a mentor, and I suppose the mentor apprenticeship relationship has evolved. And I've lots of comments about that too. In academia, I still think ultimately when I was working in someone else's lab, and I definitely looked up to them. They were the role model, obviously. I'm looking at, yes, their science, but I'm looking at how they make this all work. How are you doing this? How do they live their lives, and how do they approach balancing it all? And so I guess I just wanted to put some more data points on the scoreboard, where people are having lots of hobbies and other non-work activities while still making meaningful contributions. And it doesn't make you less of a scientist or less of a person because you're a whole human.
If anything, perhaps it makes people better scientists.
Yeah.
Did your
definitely.
exploration of yoga and or breakdancing inform anything about your research, or was it really about resetting your mind and body in healthy ways so that you could return to the lab feeling excited about returning to the lab?
I think I've always been of the mindset where sometimes things don't go well in a certain arena, and it doesn't feel good to have all your eggs in that basket. Stuff goes wrong. Sometimes the experiment doesn't work. Sometimes you find something out, you lose the whole data set. It's, bad news happens in the lab. And I think just want to diversify your portfolio so that your happiness portfolio is not entirely based on your accomplishments at work. I think we just want to have more elements. And the same thing goes for, at one point when I was really into dancing, I got a very serious injury, and it took this huge part of my life away from me. I was so glad I had work. Thank God I have work. I have something I can do else. And I just think having a lot of different parts of your life make you more flexible, more creative, more awake, more engaged. And, when I definitely have been a workaholic. When I was a postdoc and assistant professor, definitely did not make enough time for myself to have a rich personal life at certain points. And very quickly, I just wither away into a shell of a human, an empty shell of the person I used to be. And it's noticeable. Everybody can feel it. You can't pretend, everyone that works with you feels it eventually. And so I think that's a big thing. And so as I've taken feedback from my anonymous lab surveys and other forms of feedback, and just reflecting. It's clear taking your lifestyle into and having agency over designing your lifestyle to be ideal for you is super important. So a typical day for me might look like, the last work day, let's say I woke up, so it was early high tide, so I got to wake up in the dark, pack up my bags, go surfing, and then get home before surf, see my friends in the water. And I think surfing is a lot of things. It's exercise, it's a cold plunge, it's photons, some of your favorite things, maybe a little bit meditative, maybe some social community. Then, and I, go every time at the same day, so there's the same group of people. Then I go home, make the kids their snacks, breakfast, drop them off at school. Then I go to a lab and then run lab meeting and have meetings. Most of my day when I'm at work is spent meeting with people, drawing on a whiteboard, mostly meeting with my trainees is what I like to spend most of my time on. Of course, there's other stuff that gets in the mix, like administrative, whatever. And then come home at a pretty early hour, pick up my kids, make dinner, and then go to sleep kind of early. Kind of boring these days. That's my typical day.
Sounds exciting to me. I think if one were to stay up late, then one feels sleep deprived if they wake up early. If you wake up late, you're missing out on the early morning sunrise, the surf, all of that. I've never surfed. Actually, once. I paddled out once when I was in college, and there was no surf, so I would paddle back in. But I keep hearing about this surfing thing, and people seem to love it. That's one of my concerns, is that if you fall in love with it, you're going to spend a lot of time out in the ocean. But clearly it's all serving you well, and it must be wonderful to be a child in your home. I can imagine how much fun it is and how interesting it is. You mentioned several times mentorship and trainees, and it's clear that reshaping the landscape of science for the next generation coming up is something that's of real passion to you. I take great pleasure in asking this because, it wasn't long ago that you and I were graduate students and postdocs, and more or less the same vintage, right? And as is the case, people retire, people die. This is the reality of life, and people move up the ranks as you have. So what are some of the things that you're most passionate about in terms of shaping the future of science, in particular research science, but maybe more broadly? And what are you doing about it?
I think that the academic culture has evolved. And I guess I should start by just saying, first, as I was driving over here, it was just a beautiful drive, and I'm just thinking, it is so cool that we get to do this for a living. Isn't it amazing that studying whatever I find interesting to me is something that I can, have a secure job for? And then just thinking about cool ideas and directions and talking about it, stuff that I would do for free is really my job. And I just am so grateful to have that. And I think there are a lot of beautiful sides of academia that sometimes don't get the airtime that they deserve. And of course, there's a lot of doom and gloom. There always has been. When I was a grad student, there's lots of doom and gloom in the ether. There's plenty now. I think perhaps it has become a little bit more dire, the plight of academia right now. There's been a nationwide drop of postdocs in general. There's just a mass exodus away from academia to industry. And I think that reflects the changing environment. And so I guess when I was a graduate student, I had this book in my desk drawer called Advice for a Young Investigator, written by Ramonica Hall, which is a great book. It's thin, it's a quick read, it's got some whimsical anecdotes and some important insights, I think. Also a lot of misogyny, very much glamorizing workaholic tendencies. And, there was definitely a picture of a scientist. This was the way to succeed. Other options not really offered. And I really struggled with that. I had a lot of imposter syndrome coming up through. Someone asked me when did I stop having imposter syndrome? I think maybe 2021. very recently, I think I spent 20 years of my career having imposter syndrome, wondering if I was good enough, if I was going to make it. Do I have what it takes? And constantly doubting and questioning it. And I think that it would have been nice to not feel so alone at that period of my career. So I think some of the things that were described in this original book were really important for academic research to be born as a thing. Like, how do we make this be a thing that you can get paid for? How do we make this be a job that people get to have? And then at this point, I think most people would agree we need science. Science is important. We benefit from science. And I think at this point, it's not so clear that we need elitism as much as we did before. It's not. We're looking at a crumbling academic culture where we're struggling to retain people, and it's not a great sustainable dynamic. I think trainees are not getting compensated well enough or treated well enough that it's an attractive choice. And so I think we need to sort of make a change. And nothing wrong necessarily about the intentions that were set hundreds of years ago, but things change, and we're where we are now, and things are changing very quickly. So I guess I get to make one of my childhood dreams, which is to write a book, come true. In one of the benefits of social media, I did have a tweet, kind of just sort of spontaneously ranting about how this book is problematic and it's very misogynistic, and maybe we need another book for other types of people, and that makes people feel more included. And this tweet went around, and I didn't expect anything to come of this. I'm just, living my daily life. And then my DM suddenly had literary agents and a book deal. And then, okay, I'm writing this book. And so I'm about halfway through, but I think the goal of the book, I don't really have time for this project, to be honest, but it's such an important project to me. I think that I want to see academia be one of the healthiest places. Why is it second only to the military in the pervasiveness of sexual misconduct and things
is that
like
right?
Yeah. Did you know that? So actually, factoid is the military is worse in terms of sexual misconduct retaliation issues that occur, but academia is second. And it makes you wonder, what are the parameters that make this type of abuse so rampant? I think one of the obvious ones is the clear ranks, how stable the ranks are, how the power structure of academia and the military, very fixed, not super debatable, not difficult to move these. The ranks are, they're there. And the power structure is very skewed. And those are the ingredients that facilitate abuse. And so I think in the military, I could see a very good argument for why that strict, rigid hierarchical structure is necessary. There's not time for making mistakes. Get it. But with academia, there's time. We're not, it's not a war. We're just studying stuff that we think is cool. Why is such a rigid hierarchy with such devastating consequences necessary? I would argue maybe it's not. And I think I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this for myself. I found this professional leadership coach I love, and just thinking about sustainability. How do we make a sustainable ecosystem? And it's not something you find in a lot of leadership management literature that I've been exposed to. So I'll take a note from the podcast and say, if anyone knows of literature that talks about developing sustainable ecosystems within leadership and management, I would love to hear about that in the comments. But I think that's a big hole. People think about making things stable. The power structure should be stable, but actually being flexible and dynamic is what gives systems resilience and flexibility to survive. And right now, all the cracks in the towers of academia are showing, and it's time to see if are we going to adapt and survive, or are we going to crumble?
There's a lot to unpack there, and I'm grateful that you're drilling into all of that with, I'm sure, the same rigor and attention to asking the really critical questions that you have in your lab. Certainly, I observe the landscape changing very rapidly. I think there's also a lot to be learned and to explore that exports to other professions. I certainly believe that the more first-time opportunities to experience the beauty of doing research in biology in particular, because that's what I'm familiar with, the more likely that we are as a field of research and science to make more fundamental discoveries. In other words, the more people that get the experience of trying science, doing exploratory research science, the more likely we are to pull from that pool. And within that pool, there will be people of competence, talent, and also gifted. Like we're just, sort of like increase the size of the net.
Yep.
And the net, of course, is netting something very specific, which is you and I both know that while training certainly matters, knowledge is important, that ultimately, love of craft and passion and just being tickled by that research bug. Once that neuron that, gets tickled, that lets us see something for the first time or know something down the microscope or in a data plot or something, there's really no going back. So I want to be very clear that I loudly applaud your efforts to extend the experience of research to people. And earlier you were telling me that you're doing this, that many of the people in your lab are first-time researchers. They didn't come through the pedigree of research.
Yeah, no, we do a lot of outreach. About 25% of my lab this summer was first-time research experiences. And so we've been really privileged to have the bandwidth to support that. I will say, though, on the same tip, I think what you've done with this podcast is incredible. You've made millions of people who didn't have access to science or neuroscience be fascinated with neuroscience. And now imagine, what if every person that listened to this podcast and thought, this is such a great podcast, I wish I could do some neuroscience, could do it with some, not full-time? What if they could contribute in just whatever level that they wanted to? That's so much more contribution that we're currently missing out on because there's so many barriers to be able to contribute to science. And I think removing the ones that are really there, as well as the ones that are just perceived to be there, is so powerful. But the podcast is proof. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in this podcast. How many people could fall in love with science if they were given a chance to?
Well, thank you for that. It is indeed a labor of love for me. And there are opportunities. Maybe we'll provide a link to a couple of them where certain projects in neuroscience are crowdsourcing data analysis. It's actually quite fun. There's the Connectome project where you can trace neurons. It's actually very, very pleasing. You can do it while listening to podcasts or a book. Kids can do it. You're tracing these neurons, basically filling in lines. It's like a coloring book, and you're contributing to the parcellation of understanding the structure of the brain, including the human brain. And without that crowdsourcing, it's just not going to happen. There are efforts to make machine learning do it and to do it through AI, but there's a lot to be gained from having actual humans do this that those technologies don't quite yet approximate. So we'll provide a link to some of those projects. But listen, Kay, Dr. Ty, of course, I want to thank you so much. First of all, for coming here today and sharing so much knowledge, and also being willing to go into some places that were, by virtue of my questions, a little bit speculative, and really think about those and address those through the lens of deep mechanistic understanding of how these circuits work, and to make it clear to people. Your enthusiasm for science is infectious in the most positive sense of the word, and I know that so many people are going to benefit from your knowledge, and also from the work that you've been doing in your laboratory. I've seen your star rise, and it's still going, and it's just remarkable and extraordinary, but I must say, not at all surprising. So that and your advocacy work, and for all you do and that you're doing, I just, on behalf of myself and everyone listening, I just want to extend a genuine and really heartfelt thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's been such an honor to be on the Huberman Lab podcast. It's legendary. So thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. We'll do it again. Thank you for joining me for today's discussion all about the biology of social interactions with Dr. Kay Tai. To learn more about her work and to follow her on social media, please see the links in the show note captions. If you're learning from and/or enjoying this podcast, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's a terrific zero-cost way to support us. In addition, please subscribe to the podcast on both Spotify and Apple. And on both Spotify and Apple, you can leave us up to a 5-star review. Please check out the sponsors mentioned at the beginning and throughout today's episode. That's the best way to support this podcast. If you have questions or comments about the podcast or topics or guests that you'd like to suggest for the Huberman Lab podcast, please put those in the comment section on YouTube. I do read all the comments. Not so much on today's episode, but on many previous episodes of the Huberman Lab podcast, we discuss supplements. While supplements aren't necessary for everybody, many people derive tremendous benefit from them for things like improving sleep, for improving hormone function, and for improving focus. To learn more about the supplements discussed on the Huberman Lab podcast, visit Live Momentous, spelled O-U-S, so that's livemomentous.com/Huberman. If you're not already following me on social media, I am Huberman Lab on all social media platforms. So that's Instagram, Twitter, now called X, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Threads. And on all those platforms, I discuss science and science-related tools, some of which overlaps with the content of the Huberman Lab podcast, but much of which is distinct from the content covered on the Huberman Lab podcast. Again, that's Huberman Lab on all social media platforms. If you haven't already subscribed to our monthly Neural Network newsletter, our Neural Network newsletter is a zero-cost newsletter that includes podcast summaries and protocols as short 1 to 3 page PDFs. For instance, we have zero-cost protocols for improving sleep, for improving dopamine function, for deliberate cold exposure, for fitness, for learning and neuroplasticity, and much more. To sign up for the newsletter, simply go to hubermanlab.com, go to the menu tab, scroll down to newsletter, and supply your email. Again, the newsletter is completely zero cost, and I want to emphasize that we do not share your email with anybody. Thank you once again for joining me for today's discussion with Dr. Kay Tai. And last, but certainly not least, thank you for your interest in science.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. Today, my guest is Dr. Robert Malenka. Dr. Robert Malenka is a professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at Stanford University School of Medicine. He is both a medical doctor, an MD, and a researcher, a PhD. His laboratory is famous for having discovered some of the key components allowing neuroplasticity, that is, the nervous system's ability to change in response to experience. In addition, Dr. Malenka's research is considered central to the textbook knowledge about how reward systems in the brain are organized and function. Indeed, Dr. Malenka's research over the last 10 or 15 years has merged what was once two disparate fields, the first being the study of neuroplasticity, again, the nervous system's ability to change in response to experience, and the other field being the field of dopamine as it relates to pleasure and addiction. His laboratory has shown, for instance, that when we seek out particular forms of pleasure, regardless of whether or not they are healthy for us, that changes the way that our reward circuitry works and actually changes the way that dopamine is released and how it impacts the brain. And his work has also informed how we seek out healthy pleasures, including healthy food and social connection. Today's discussion explores all of these topics, and by the end of today's discussion, you will have a rich understanding of how neurochemicals like dopamine and serotonin work in parallel to reinforce, that is, to increase the probability that we will engage in certain types of thinking and behaviors. So if you are somebody interested in neuroplasticity, that is, how the nervous system can change in response to experience, and or you are interested in reward systems, what motivates us and what we are likely to pursue in the future given our choices of past. And if you are interested in things like social connection and empathy or lack thereof, today's discussion encompasses all of those topics. It is worth mentioning that Dr. Malenka is a true luminary in all of the fields I just mentioned, as well as several other fields. In fact, when you look out on the landscape of modern neuroscience, what you'll discover is that a very large percentage of the top laboratories studying neuroplasticity and reward systems and so on all stemmed from having trained in Dr. Malenka's laboratory. So it's a real honor and pleasure to be able to host him today, and I'm sure that our discussion is going to greatly enrich the way that you think about brain function, neuroplasticity, and reward. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is Roka. Roka makes eyeglasses and sunglasses that are of the absolute highest quality. The company was founded by two All-American swimmers from Stanford, and everything about Roka eyeglasses and sunglasses were designed with performance in mind. I've spent a lifetime working on the biology of the visual system, and I can tell you that your visual system has to contend with an enormous number of challenges in order for you to be able to see clearly. Roka understands those challenges and the biology of the visual system such that they've designed sunglasses and eyeglasses that always allow you to see with crystal clarity. Now, initially, Roka eyeglasses and sunglasses were designed for sports performance, and as a consequence, all of their glasses are designed to be very lightweight and to not slip off your face if you get sweaty. However, the design of the glasses includes some that are specifically for sport and others whose aesthetic really allows you to use them for sport as well as out to dinner or to work, etc. And that's how I use them. If you'd like to try Roka eyeglasses and sunglasses, you can go to roka.com, that's ROKA.com, and enter the code Huberman to save 20% off your first order. Again, that's Roka, ROKA.com, and enter the code Huberman at checkout. Today's episode is also brought to us by Levels. Levels is a program that lets you see how different foods and behaviors affect your health by giving you real-time feedback on your diet using a continuous glucose monitor. One of the most important factors impacting your immediate and long-term health is the way that your body manages blood glucose, or sometimes referred to as blood sugar levels. To maintain energy and focus throughout the day, you want to keep your blood glucose steady without big spikes or dips.
I'm definitely going to need to touch with the blue because it's like green somehow.
As well as food timing,
but
exercise,
it's okay.
combined.
We're going to dry it and see what it looks like.
I started using Levels a little over
Hi,
a
cowboy.
year ago, and it gave me a lot of insight into how specific foods were spiking my blood sugar and then leaving me feeling tired for several hours afterwards, as well as how the spacing of exercise and my meals was impacting my overall energy. And in doing so, it really allowed me to optimize how I eat, what I eat,
so hard to get
when I
pastel
exercise,
blues,
and so on, such that my blood glucose levels and energy levels are stable throughout the day. If you're interested in learning more about Levels and trying a continuous glucose monitor yourself, go to levels.link/Huberman. Right now, Levels is offering an additional 2 free months of membership. Again, that's levels.link, LINK/Huberman to get 2 free months of membership. And now for my discussion with Dr. Robert Malenka.
I'm doing a lot better, still a little bit sick, but mostly better.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you for asking. Glad you're doing good.
Both for sake of your medical knowledge and
training. Having some chest pain right here, though, for some reason.
As a luminary in the field of neuroplasticity, dopamine and reward systems, social systems, your knowledge of autism and social interactions, a newer interest in, or perhaps old interest in psychedelics and what they're doing and potential for mental health. There are just so many things that you've done in this field. I've been a long time fan of your work since your days as an assistant professor. I've tracked your career. I've learned a tremendous amount from you by observing you and from being your colleague. So really delighted to have you here.
You're making me blush, and I don't blush easily.
Well, it's all true. And I will say as well, you've also trained an enormous number of incredible scientists. Carl Diceroth. Anna Lemke always speaks incredibly highly of you as a mentor, and somebody she's learned a tremendous amount from. And pretty much anyone that's worked on neuroplasticity, on dopamine and reward systems, addiction, and now in the fields of autism and soon psychedelics as well, references as you often, and you've been mentioned many times before on this podcast, if not by name, by work. So again, thank you for being here. I'd love to kick off the conversation by talking about something which is very fundamental to everything we're going to talk about, but certainly fundamental to our daily lives, which is dopamine. You know, we hear so much about dopamine. People talk about dopamine hits. People think about dopamine as pleasure, dopamine reward. For the novice, how would you frame the dopamine system. I mean, it does a bunch of different things in different areas of the brain and body, but to you, what does dopamine represent as its major function in the brain? And could you give us a kind of general contour of the neural circuits that allow this chemical to more or less put value on our experiences?
Yeah, that's very well put. As you point out, dopamine is one of the major, what we term neuromodulators in the brain, a chemical signaling messenger that the brain uses to mediate a complex array of actions. Its best well-known function is in what we call the brain's reward circuitry. So this is a circuit in the brain. And when we use the term circuit, what we really mean is one part of the brain communicating with another part of the brain, because the brain is this very complex, it's the most complex organ in the universe, with lots of different nerve cells talking to each other simultaneously. And as neuroscientists, we try to parse what different brain areas are doing and what different neuromodulators might be doing. And dopamine was discovered, I should know this, many decades ago. And it's, as I said, the major chemical messenger molecule in the so-called brain's reward circuitry. And when you're talking about, so what is the brain's reward circuitry? This is a part of the brain that tells us something is reinforcing in our environment, some stimuli, or in quotes, is rewarding, makes us feel better or good, although that's a gross oversimplification. And before getting into the details of dopamine and its function in the reward circuitry, I think it's useful to talk about why do we need a reward circuitry? Why do we need something in our brain that tells us this feels good or this feels bad? And it goes back to evolution. I am a biological scientist. That means I believe in evolution. And if you think about the evolution of our species, everything is driven by developing mechanisms that increase our survival. And it's really useful. You need something in your nervous system that tells you some stimuli in your environment is important for your survival, or some stimulus in your environment is dangerous. So it's not magic that sugary, high-fat laden foods are highly reinforcing and rewarding. It's not an accident. There has to be a mechanism in the brain that tells us that. It's not an accident that most of the time, for most of us, a sexual experience is pretty reinforcing, is pretty rewarding. It's not an accident that warmth feels really good when you're cold, that water tastes much better when you're really thirsty. What evolved is a mechanism to tell our nervous systems and tell our brains, this feels pretty good. I should repeat the behavior that leads to that rewarding experience. And similarly, it's really important when there is an event in your life that's highly dangerous for some mechanism in your brain to say, whoa, I don't want to go back to where that lion was. And we can get into that. So this was a long-winded way of saying what the reward circuitry tells us is this event, this stimulus, it could be an external stimulus, like I said, a Krispy Kreme donut, which I happen to love, and I have to be very disciplined so I don't eat too many of them. It could be a drug of abuse, and maybe we'll talk about that a little bit. All of these stimuli seem to activate and cause the release of dopamine in this brain's reward circuitry. So now we need to get into a little bit of detail. Neuroscientists use these very unfriendly terms to describe different brain regions. So the home of dopamine cells, or brain cells, are called neurons. So the home of dopamine neurons are in a part of the brain, sort of what we call the lower midbrain. The dopamine neurons that are part of the reward circuitry are found in this area called the ventral tegmental area, which I'm sorry to have to use such technical jargon, and we call it the VTA. That's the acronym.
I think the roof of the midbrain is the tectum. It means roof, and the base of the midbrain, it means floor, which is tegmentum.
Yeah.
I think that's so there's a rationale, but it doesn't help much at all to know the names.
And
right?
in fact, you are absolutely correct, and I always forget that. So thank you for pointing that out.
It's a side effect of teaching neuroanatomy.
And then, which I once did back in the early 80s, but I've forgotten everything I taught.
It's okay.
Anyhow, so these dopamine neurons, and we can talk about other types of dopamine neurons, they send messages, what we call projections, using telegraph wires that we call axons. They send projections to many different brain regions. The key one in the brain's reward circuitry being an area, again, with a very complicated name called the nucleus accumbens. And maybe, Andrew, you know, I actually don't know how that name evolved, the nucleus accumbens.
I don't know.
And I'm sure I should know because I've been studying it for 30 years, but I have never looked up the genesis of that name.
Well, the fortunate thing about this podcast is it's both on audio platforms like Spotify and Apple, but also on YouTube. And so now we can be absolutely sure that somebody has put it into the YouTube comments underneath this episode, and therefore everyone will learn, including us. So I don't know the origins of the word nucleus accumbens.
And it's a gross oversimplification.
Okay. I had to stop the video because it was copywriting my YouTube stream. Okay, so it's not exactly where I want it, the hair, but I do like it. Give me one sec. You guys like it? Is anyone here? Hello? But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it and then touch it up next time I get ready to wash it. And yeah, this is what we got for now. Hello, Bumbles. I am still sick, actually. I am almost not sick, as it says in my title, but I am still sick. How are you doing, Bubbles? Glad you're doing good. Okay, I'm gonna do makeup now, guys.
Already still gon' rain? Do we try and say that it's okay? Honestly, how many games are there to play inside my head? And who am I to assume tomorrow come and go without a struggle? All I know I have is just today. 'Cause you're stuck in the past, life is closing in fast. Come on, give it a rest, 'cause you know what is best for you. But you're talking to me, yeah. All I ever heard from you is that I had to try harder. Oh, did I try hard enough? Oh, did I do my part enough? Did I pick up and start again? Did I take every death and pain and store it in my heartache? So I put poison in my brain. I say I'll do it all again. My hope is that it will erase the heart but keep the happy end. So I put poison in my brain. I say I'll do it all again. My hope is that it will erase the heart but keep the happy end. But keep the happy end. But keep the happy end. Keep the happy end.
Hey Commander, can you unplug me? Just for a minute, I need some privacy. Headset off and stretch your neck out. Down the rocks to her head safe house. Yeah, I remember it all. Leave and shut out my calls. The air was so dusty, her armor getting rusty. She found thoughts she never had. Her young ones were just as bad. They really bad. Holding a heart, feel like a lady. Papers apart, cold, rugged and waiting. I can't believe that you know, did you know where to find me? I kept the feelings in and really thought it cost me. Drops in her goggles, aren't of love, and something's really wrong and it feels awful. And even though her body is back to normal, she once was a villain and it's hiding in her soul. I don't wanna know what she did. She's not who I am. At least that's what I thought. Now I'm second guessing. I can't put my gun down. My suit's getting heavy. Something wants to be released. Something dark inside of me. Dark familiarity. 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 She opened her eyes and watched the ruins and thought of a life and a love to lose. She shook at her lenses, they want her back soon. The moments alone becoming scarce and few. Sure she could fight, but she's getting visions. These are unspeakable and personal
I'm getting ready to get ready because I want to get ready. I haven't done my makeup in like almost 2 weeks.
We're all just skeletons, just join in the fight. Join in the fight. Only wanna do stupid shit. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it when we're in the beat. I'm a side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Part of me wanna do stupid shit. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it when we're in the beat. I'm a side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it.
Hot like summer, give me eyes, don't twist the knife. Put me under your spell, then hide the crime. Bait your soul till it's naked, bite my lip till you break it. Still my heart, get it wasted, don't do it slow. If you're gonna set fire to the night, baby, let me be the lighter. If you're already high and you wanna fly, I'll be the hit that takes you higher. If you wanna know when you touch the sky, you can be my midnight rider. If there's nowhere to go when you wanna go wild, I wanna be the driver. Make me helpless, tie me down and use your rope, made of velvet, then turn the lights down low. Pay your soul till it's naked, bite my lip till you break it. Still my heart, get it wasted, don't do it slow. If you're gonna set fire to the night, baby, let me be the lighter. If you're already high and you wanna fly, I'll be the hit that takes you higher. If you wanna know when you touch the sky, you can be my midnight rider. If there's nowhere to go when you wanna go wild, I wanna be the driver. If you're gonna set a fire to the night, baby, let me be the lighter. If you're already high and you wanna fly, I'll be the hit that takes you higher. If you wanna love when you touch the sky, you can be my midnight rider. If there's nowhere to go when you wanna go wild, I wanna be the driver. diamonds, so lost in this paradise. Don't speed on that highway. We need you to shine bright. When life gets too complicated, will you stand with me after dark? I'll stay in the limelight, like a beautiful afterthought, like a beautiful afterthought.
Forget about you. I don't wanna forget about you.
I don't wanna forget about you. I don't wanna think about it. Think about it.
You probably think that you are better now, better now. You only say that cause I'm not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. You know I said that I am better now, better now. I only say that cause you're not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. Oh, I did not believe that it would end, no. Everything came second to the band, so you're not even speaking to my friends, no. You knew all my uncles and my aunts, though. 20 candles, blow 'em out and open your eyes. We were looking forward to the rest of our lives. Used to keep my picture posted by your bedside. Now it's in your dresser with the socks you don't like. And I'm rolling, 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 rolling with my brothers like it's Jonas, Jonas. Drinking Henny and I'm trying to forget, but I can't get this shit out of my head. You probably think that you are better now, better now. You only say that cause I'm not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. You know I said that I am better now, better now. I only say that cause you're not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. Oh, I seen you with your other dude. He seemed like it was pretty cool. I was so broken over you. Life it goes on, what can you do? I just wonder what it's gonna take. Another foreign or a bigger change. Because no matter how my life has changed, I keep on looking back on better days. You probably think that you are better now, better now. You only say that cause I'm not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. You know I say that I am better now, better now. I only say that cause you're not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. Oh, I promise, I swear to you I'll be okay. You're only the love of my life. You probably think that you are better now, better now. You only say that cause I'm not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. You know I say that I am better now, better now. I only say that cause you're not around, not around. You know I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would've gave you anything, would've gave you everything. Oh,
the room dripping in gold. Dripping, dripping. I walked into the room dripping in gold. Dripping, dripping. It's true, I crave you.
Welcome back, Valley. Intermediary stage, but for now. I'm trying to find my scissors so I can give it a trim, but I don't know where the nice ones are.
Let's just stop and think before I lose faith. I walked into the room dripping in gold. I walked into the room dripping in gold. A wave of heads being tied, so I'm told. My heart broke when I saw you kept your gaze control.
It's a solar eclipse this year, Valley.
Boys do, they stare at me while I crave you.
You wanted to know where I've been? Now you'll find out.
I've heard the cool down the corruption, so Sony.
Okay, I see. I see. That makes sense. Make me get over you. I can do it. Make me get over you. Okay, I'm gonna try some new products I got. I got this wet and dry powder foundation by Palladio. As well as I got this Palladio rice primer. Staying up all night, but to make me get over it. That's what I was afraid of. It's a little watery, gotta mix it up a bit. I'll make the sacrifices, all I can do. Make me get over it. I'm gonna put my hair up, I think.
I'd rather finger.
my dough, that's my groove. She go hard, she just like a pro. She just wanna blow up. If you talkin' shit, wipe your spit off my nuts, nigga, grow up. On a boat like I'm Noah, zen like I'm Noah. Damn, I don't know her no more. And she bought a crib, then she bought a whip. Ain't no bottom fit, got some Gucci kicks. That's my bottom bitch, cause she bought a bitch, and I'm proud of it. That's my trick, her pimp, she my flip. Ooh, don't forget, that's my trick, she my bottom bitch.
it's like a melody. Listen while you talk when you're fast asleep. You stay on the phone just to hear me breathe.
It says like wet it for full coverage, but it's like not full coverage. It's like going on the sponge, but not on my skin, and it looks like way darker than it's supposed to be. I don't know, this is weird. Yeah, it's like not full coverage in my skin. Weird. That's okay. Maybe I'll try it dry next time. Back on my brain. It's like not going on at all. It's weird. I tried with the beauty blender and now I'm trying with the sponge that came with it. And it's like not even on there, I swear.
I'm not your ordinary girl. When I first came into this world, I was born without a heart, in the cold, in the dark. Don't think there's a right solution. People like me are the pollution. Mix the dirty with the clean. Lost my way in the between. Maybe I'm a little too obsessive. I know you think I'm a manic depressive. No, there's nothing I don't regret. So listen up close so you don't forget. I think Novocaine runs through my veins. I don't know how to love or how to feel when the
I guess it's covering it.
sun's black and we all decay. I will feel nothing. Wouldn't change anything. So fill me up on your prescription. Can't hear me, you never listen. Tried so hard to play the part.
Just like super light.
From the start, there's no logic in your lesson. Thoughts are skewed through my perception. Blurred the line a million times, and now I made it out alive. Maybe I'm a little too obsessive. I know you think I'm a manic depressive. No, there's nothing I don't regret. So listen up close so you don't forget. I think Novocaine runs through my veins. I don't know how to love or how to feel when the sun turns black and we all decay. I will feel nothing. Wouldn't change anything. Oh, wow. Change anything. Oh, wow. Wouldn't change anything. Wouldn't change anything. I think Novocaine runs through my veins. I don't know how to love or how to feel when the sun turns black and we all decay. I will feel nothing. Wouldn't change anything. Can you make it summer? Take me sometime in July. I would never wanna waste it. Take your time.
Okay. I think that's good. Alright, and then I got a bunch of different lime crime products that I'm gonna be trying. Alright, this is a Bushy Brow Precision Pen in the color Brownie. Let's try this out. I'm not used to like precision brow pens. I'm used to like spoolies. So I think I did an okay job. Okay, now I'm gonna try one of the eyeshadow brush sticks. I'm gonna try the OMG color. Which is this really nice blue. Interesting, so it's like the eyeshadow stick here and then a brush to blend here. That's cool. It's a little like on the light side, but I wonder if it's like buildable. Just spread this out.
I'm so confused, don't know what to do. I feel lost, sitting alone in my room. Get your pride out of my face. Tell me you'll be okay. The words that you say don't make you any more of a man.
I did learn that dance.
Being done with your hands. Do you believe in God or anything at all? Morals, do you stand by? Have your standards started to fall? Do you believe in God? What makes you build yourself so high? Can't see you anymore. It's almost like the features of your face are indescribable. Eat the shit that you made. Go sit in that grave, the one that you've dug for yourself. I don't care, your body isn't mine. No longer mine. Do you believe in God or anything at all? What morals do you stand by? Have your standards started to fall? Do you believe in God? Do you believe in? Do you believe in God?
Alright, then I also got the color, or the eyeshadow stick in Totally Buggin', which is this orange color. I'll be right back. Okay. And I got this eyeliner from them. It's a Venus eyeliner in the color Wisteria.
The end is not inside.
Very cool. I love Wisteria. I used to have it, like fake Wisteria in my room. Azaleas. Oh, okay. Wisteria is very pretty. I don't know what azaleas look like. I feel like I look like a parrot with my new hair. You choose to fall asleep to this stream? Oh, thanks, Dominican Fried Cheese. Welcome in. Damn. Aw, cool. Okay, done with that eyeliner. Got a couple different types. I also got Baby's Breath, which is a white version of that. And out. Thank you. It's passing me by. Oh, I really like these. Packaging's great. Formula's pretty good.
I am flesh, bones. I am skin, soul. soul. I am human. Nothing more than human. I am sweat, flaws. I am
The white is potent.
scars. I am human.
Nothing more than human. Hi, Kellogg. How are you?
I am human.
In a tent with a bunch of dudes. You like my layout? Thank you. That's funny. How goes the tent? How's everybody doing? You got headphones or can everyone hear me?
First you treat me like an afterthought. You ignore me and you're pushing me to the side. Then you pull me, you're a full moon on the ocean, and you're dragging out the tide. I'm swept up in a fucking game. You annoy me and you make me want to scream. Then you leave me craving for a piece of you. Then I throw it out, but I can't get rid of the taste. Touch me when you wanna touch, only love me when you want him to feel loved. And I call you selfish, but you laugh at that, then we argue until
Alright, I'm gonna go in with some more wisteria on the top. Now let's try. Extend it a little bit.
And I'm starting to think that you enjoy the rush like the feeling. Think it gets you. Oh, but it's fucking fun. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. If you're thinking that I'm coming, I thought you were the somebody that I was looking for. I wanna show you how to love.
Okay, I got some lip options too. Let's see, where did they go?
Since we made a little space.
Got this lavender honey plushy thing. Lip veil, it says.
You keep on giving me mixed emotions. Oh, you're making fires in my heart. Oh, you keep on giving me mixed emotions. Hey, you're making fires in my heart. It's like kinda like the flame. So can't walk
Really soft. Alright, I'm gonna touch up my foundation, I think, now that it's like more dry. No Wi-Fi? No! They have whale sharks. At the aquarium, cool botanical garden. Nice! They have a rental car? That's cool. Not happy but okay. We're okay, not happy but okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Y'all deserve better. No Wi-Fi? Well, yeah, you're in a tent, huh? It's almost better coverage when it's dry. Alright. Now we are going to put on some lashes. These were on clearance. They're Ardell light as air lashes.
Who are you?
Getting dark outside.
I don't really wanna talk. On the ice since a young and we were bound to flop. Hear it crack like the knuckles on a brick wall. Cause we used to stand tall on the bike pedals till the leaves fall. Scrape knee till I bleed out. Learning how to feel now. But I feel now. Show my back and you're pulling at the steel now. Cause it doesn't feel real now. Now I'm in the whip one way and it won't slow down. And I'm trying to switch lanes for the light dies out. And I fuck my brain up. And how we gonna take control if all we are is talking fast and moving slow? Won't take it back, I'm done and that's a wrap. Cause I won't fly away when I see you running back. I don't need you. And I won't say what's wrong when I was right. Cause you fall and we fall down. Sunrise, just dark clouds above us. You just burnt out. Cause I won't fly away from this rebirth. Breathe first. 17 and me running by, staring at the window at a sunny sky. Never had a
Thanks,
question,
Stan.
but
How you
the right
doing?
ways got it locked down, figured out at the right time. 18 and my neck tied, red out on my face like a headline, deadline on the great time.
How's your
And a
day,
cold
Stan?
sweat, chest grip, merry-go-round on my preset. No more cycle, gotta reset. Now I'm in the whip one way and it won't slow down. And I'm trying to switch lanes for the light dies out and I fuck my brain up. And how we gonna take control if all we are is talking fast and moving slow? Won't take it back, I'm done and that's a wrap. And how you gonna wake up when she got on her makeup and something's telling you that you're alright? Another bridge to break down and nothing's gonna change now. And something's telling me that you're on fire. The flames are flying higher and I'm in the whip one way and it won't slow down. And I'm trying to switch lanes but the light dies out and I fuck my brain up. And how we gonna take control if all we are is talking fast and moving slow? Won't take it back, I'm done and that's a wrap. Cause I won't fly away when I see you running back, I don't need you. And I won't say what's wrong when I was right. As you fall and we fall down, no sunrise, just dark clouds above us, you're burning down. Cause I won't fly away from this rebirth. Breathe first, rebirth.
Yeah, I just did a little bit. I don't have a water on me, but I got this right now. Limited time deal on a video. On all videos actually. That's on the other account though. Not this account. Very highly considering retiring from spicy content very soon. Don't know if I'll do it later in life, but I don't know, man. It's just been a journey.
I feel like fucking something, but we could be corny, fucking sugar. I ain't no dummy. I like to say, what if we could kiss and just cut the rubbish? Then
Yerba mate.
I ain't giving you one in public. I'm giving you hundreds, fuck it. Something we just gotta get it. Like first, middle.
You were on YouTube, I meant limited time deal?
Wishing that the pussy was a kissing.
I'm not sure. Not sure what you're referencing. For the pre-order? That was a while ago, I think. Oh, I see. The advertisement, okay. Limited time only. Just read this book and become a millionaire. So easy. Why didn't I do this before? Shit, man. I've been broke for no reason.
You know that, got me a bad to the brick, you know that. Control don't slow the pace and right the back. All this sarsaparilla, I'ma make you feel. Fantasy with a bit, it's all I can give you.
Black on black, it's Armageddon. Left a man, came back a legend. They said don't head that direction. That's a dead end. If you want it, come and get it. Left for dead, I'm resurrected.
Giving $1 million in a Whopper contest. Interesting. Like, kind of how McDonald's did their, like, giveaway thing.
Okay, God, I get the message. Too many men I know got bad intentions. Guess I had to learn my lesson. I trust my gut, that's how I answer questions. Yeah, living the dream, that's what you want everybody to think. Still get a balance alert when you broke. Still got a phone with a crack in the screen. First you get famous for doing the most, then you get money for wooing the sheep. Now you a joke, ain't nothing funny though, that's how you be a professional meme. www. Not a single goddamn one of you hot. Everything fake, that gunny use prop. Talking that shit, get some of you shot. That some of you dropped, did nothing. That's a bad deal, you bluffing. You need me to come write this shit, they should've put it in that budget, huh? Black on black, it's Armageddon. Left a man, came back a legend. They said don't head that direction. That's a dead end. If you want it, come and get it. Left for dead, I'm resurrected. They said don't head that direction. That's a dead end. Oh well. Yes, I'm petty like toenails. It's a cold world, it's a real cold world. They be tryna ride on my coattail. She came back to the hotel. Okay, fine, it's a motel. When she throw that ass, watch that stick in my hand like Odell. Off of the yak, I catch that, keep running. I touchdown, I don't know the last time my team punted. Fucking that shit, try hang with the big boys, you don't really want it. You think you Andre 3K, but you more like Andre 300. Methamphetamine, that's the taste of my medicine. That's the pace that I talk to voices that race around in my head again. That's the place where my thoughts are racing like chalk when taking my sedative. I need to take the night off, replace the light bulb. Instead, I take 10 of them. Here we go. Hop in the DeLorean, flooring the gas. I'm from the future, exploring the past. On the computer, extorting the cash and trying to undo all the foreign we crash. Oops, I should have followed the road. I fuck up a truck, I fuck up a coupe. Ooh, I flip that, I flip that. Black on black, it's Armageddon. Left a man, came back a legend. That's
Bro, I can't get over it. I look at myself in the preview and I'm like, I look like a freaking parrot. Like, caw, motherfucker.
They said don't head that direction. That's a dead end.
Yo, what happened to my stream?
I'm a soldier, I'm a fighter. Take a step back, I'm on fire. Nothing's gonna kill me, nothing's gonna stand in.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of people, like a company as big as McDonald's or Burger King, that the chances of winning that are not very high. I want to listen to more Cal Scrubby. Oh, he's so good. Alright, now I'm gonna go in with this other eyeliner I got. This one's in the color Dahlia. Black Dahlia. You guys like the makeup so far? Does it look good? I'm gonna do just like a very thin line on the lash line on top.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Police department, the new sheriff. We need to talk to you about where you were at midnight. Would you care to share? I'm sorry to bother you. It's awfully rude. We just want to talk to you. Did you happen to watch the news? The divorced dad killer's back on the loose. At the crime scene, left lots of clues. Dropped his tools, lost both socks and shoes. Somebody saw the dude and said he looked like a methed out prostitute. Sorry, y'all, not the guy. Can't talk right now, not tonight. Good luck solving crime, but I swear to you, nobody's tied up, locked inside of my 13 bathroom, 10 bed mansion. Backyard with a 2-shed expansion. Half Ted Bundy, half Ted dancing. Somehow ugly and drop dead handsome. It's hard to explain, even to a Princeton, Harvard brain. Either end up in the Hall of Fame or down in the ball of flames. Can't pick up the phone.
Thank you, Stan. I appreciate it. No worries. Am I lagging? Is it me? Am I lagging for anyone else? God damn. Copyrighted.
Facing the answer, or it was a milder. Facing the answer, or it was a milder version of that. Going toward the answer. Okay, now we know what we're talking about. Well, this is the third opportunity that I've had to talk to the community at these Wednesday night lectures. This is the last night of my residence, my scholar in residency at Esalen. So no more will you see the white on a field of vert, which is the escutcheon of the scholar in residence with his towel over his shoulder. Somebody else will have to work a different angle. Somebody else will sit in this chair next month. It was a very interesting, rich time for me, and all kinds of things happened. It was a microcosm of the macrocosm. It changed. There was despair and joy and over-visiting and indigestion and exaltation and dyspepsia and all these things. And I'm very grateful to the regulars who attended my daily lecture. This was about 45 hours of lecture this month, so I'm running on empty. In a certain sense, I really feel like I've run through the major motifs of my point of view, if my point of view is in any sense different from anybody else's. I passed out information on botanical dimensions. I want to mention that again as the practical, real-world anchor of all these ideas. It is a nonprofit foundation in Hawaii which preserves plants with a history of shamanic usage, especially plants from the warm tropics. And this is something which is not being done by anyone else. The World Wildlife Fund, these large conservation organizations are saving the rainforest by preserving huge tracts of it. But what is not being preserved is human understanding of the rainforest, specifically human understanding of medicinal plants. And considering that quinine, the cure for malaria, reserpine, the first of the tranquilizers, and many other major drugs with a significant impact on human health have come from the warm tropics, including possibly now a cure for AIDS in the form of the trichosanthus extract that's being experimented with. It's very important to preserve the medically important biota of the warm tropics, and this is something which means taking seriously the shamanism and the traditions that live in those areas. So this is something that my wife Kat and I have been doing for over about 12 years and about 5 years ago incorporated as a nonprofit foundation. If you're interested in this kind of hands-on plant rescue, information rescue work, why please write to us at the address on the handout. This is well, I figure we have about 25 years before this information will be completely assimilated into the encroaching consumer society, the leveling of values that seems now to be an inevitable part of the globalizing of society. On one level, it's very good. We recognize ourselves in our enemies, and there's a commonality of values generated. But on another level, it's tremendously destructive of novelty and uniqueness. I mean, we're turning the whole planet into a white bread mall shopping culture, and the values of every other way of doing things is being subsumed to that. I talked a lot in these Wednesday night lectures and with the section about the importance of partnership societies in the human past, and how the nostalgia for these kinds of social arrangements have driven us throughout our experience of history. Well, it is nevertheless true that even today in the Amazon and perhaps in a few other relict environments, partnership societies exist. Partnership societies thrive and regulate themselves through a symbiotic relationship to plants that we call hallucinogenic plant shamanism, but which is actually almost a welding of the social organism into the natural surround in a way that feeds back into the psyches of these people and the structures of their society in a way that is very much promotes the conservation of equilibrium, something we have sadly lost touch with. So it's very important to preserve the options that have been discovered by people over the millennia, the options that allow a recreation of the sensory and psychic ratios that characterize the partnership society, in contrast to the kind of dominator society that we've lived under for such a long time. So it isn't a matter simply of preserving plants for medicines. It's really much more philosophically deep than that. It's the idea that a relationship to the vegetable matrix of the planet is what constitutes a Gaian resurgence, that it is plants that regulate the composition of the atmosphere, the temperatures of the oceans, so forth and so on, and that it is our lack of integration into that system that has precipitated the crisis of toxic 20th century potlatch civilization. By potlatch was a custom of the Northwest Coast Indians, where they would, to show their wealth, destroy huge amounts of material so that houses would be burned, feathered blankets burned, totem poles burned in the potlatch, in an orgy of destruction which proves your wealth. And we have assimilated and perfected this custom so that it is second nature to us. And the whole planet is a vast potlatch. We are robbing our children and their children of any sort of recognizable future by basically grabbing it all for ourselves. No other society in history has been so callous to human values that it condemned generations unborn of its own
I want to find my nose ring.
to live in a desert. Nevertheless, this is our style. We're trying to do something about this at Botanical Dimensions by preserving these plants with a shamanic history. If you're interested, contact Botanical Dimensions about that. Well, what I thought I would do this evening is offer not a summation of content, which I gave yesterday at the section of what this month has been, but instead of a summation of content, a kind of summation of intention. What was intended to come across, and what now, having lectured 45 hours, stands out in my mind as essential to what I'm trying to put across. The main thing, I think, that comes out of an effort to formulate a psychedelic point of view, and I take it this is what we have been involved in. A psychedelic point of view means a point of view which honors consciousness. Consciousness is seen as the value to be maximized. That's what we want. We want more consciousness, better integration, better information, better models. We don't want to petrify ourselves or commit ourselves to a model that somehow then is found to be obsolete and inadequate. So what chiefly constitutes the psychedelic point of view, I think, is its open-ended and provisional nature, as opposed to every other ideology or point of view that's running around. We have to, what the psychedelic point of view is a kind of cultural relativism. We're trying to get a grip on who and where we are in the cosmos from a point of view not that of the American consumerist citizen, something else, something larger, deeper, broader, more touched by the cosmic, more touched by a sense of the past and of destiny. So I have said this many times, but I want to say it now in a slightly different context and discuss it. The statement of the British enzymologist J.B.S. Haldane, who discovered enzymes, so he became an enzymologist, a logical move. Haldane said, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it is stranger than we can suppose. And this is something that we have not entertained very seriously as a possibility, especially the cheerful characters in the...
Okay, I think I'm done. How's it look, guys?
The assumption has always been that man's mind, notice the gender slant, man's mind is sufficient for the cognition of the cosmos. This is not all that surprising, though it is patently idiotic. It is not all that surprising.
Thank you, Pinky. Hi, Pinky.
That as recently
How are
as,
you?
let's say, 1830, people believed the Earth was 4,000 years old. As recently as 1480, the New World was unsuspected to exist, or it was suspected by a few wild-eyed...
Still need to find the scissors to trim my hair, but I'll do that whenever I find them.
But conventional knowledge held that, you know, the Eurasian landmass in connection with Africa, that was it.
I have the clippers. I could shave the side.
When we look back into our recent past, we discover tremendous epistemic naivete. That means people didn't know what was going on.
Sad Pinky on day number 3. Oh no, what's been making you sad?
And yet we are asked
Thank
to
you,
believe
Stan.
that somewhere after Darwin and before now, it was all figured out. And now we view the universe from a lofty pinnacle of integrated understanding. Now the physics explains biology, biology explains culture, culture explains sociology, so forth and so on. Well, you know, this is really whistling past the graveyard.
All right, time to shave this out of my head.
While the visible consequences of this understanding are spreading chaos, dissolution of values, an inability to control technology, an inability to set reasonable political goals such as moderation of population growth and carry them out. Instead, somehow this deep insight into how everything works has left everything a mess. And, you know, what does that mean about us? Why is that, and what can be done about it? Well, I think the problem is that we have too long ignored the possibility that reality is stranger than we can suppose. I mean, let this reverberate in your mind. Not that means no model will ever work. It means it will always be provisional, that the understanding of what it is will always recede ahead of any epistemic program to describe, enclose, explain. This is all a fallacy if you believe that you are embarked on a finite project where eventually you will issue a white paper and that will explain how the boar ate the cabbage. It's not to be explained. And we have, I think because of unique characteristics of the male ego,
Damn, sorry to hear that, Pinky.
to operate with the assumption that we can understand, that the human mind can in fact
You win some, you lose some.
larger and larger levels of embeddedness.
I feel like so many songs I listen to steal lyrics from other songs nowadays.
What the psychedelic experience,
or at least some.
number one, and
It's hard
point
to
of
like
view,
have
number
completely
two,
original stuff
is
these days. I feel like there's so much out there.
that we have the means present at hand to completely explode this nonsensical fiction of certitude. And yet we choose not to confront it. This is why I first proposed calling this Facing the Answer, because the answer about how you understand the universe is the same answer that you get when you ask the question, how am I to understand my own life? It can't be understood. It is a receding mystery. It is a continuing carrot. It cannot be brought under the aegis of rational apprehension. It says in Moby Dick, reality
Right,
outruns
yeah.
apprehension.
Damn, that sucks. I'm sorry.
It always outruns apprehension, because apprehension is the primitive functioning of the primate neural network. And reality, who knows? Who would even care to take a guess, you know? It's a mystery. You do not measure the depth of a universal mystery with the neural network of a primate. Our role is not to understand, but to appreciate. To appreciate. We have an immense capacity for resonance with beauty, aesthetic awareness, appreciation of form, appreciation of how things go together. Notice this word appreciation, appreciation. We need, if you don't know what's going on in a dinner, at a dinner party, in a corporation, in an environment, then the best course is to keep your mouth shut and pay attention and try to appreciate the situation. It's ridiculous to attempt to seize the tiller of reality because we don't even know where we want to go. So the notion that by creating these models of reality, which are not acknowledged as models, but which are called scientific truth, we betray ourselves down the primrose path that leads to dreary, dusty death. Because what we do is we take the poetry out of being. We extract the poetry from being by the assumption of the mundane. The banality of modernity is what I call this. The banality of modernity, the steady flattening of values so that Nothing means much. You know, the sense of outrage.
I guess it depends on how it's done, if they like do their own spin on it, you know?
Privilege, or the sense of outrage.
Like they take like a famous poem and they like
the abyss, or the
rewrite it in a different way.
When people mistreat you, is muted. Everything is flattened by the banality of modernity. This is the heritage of all the bad little boys of the 19th
yeah, that's
century.
probably a loophole.
Nietzsche and Darwin and Hegel and Schopenhauer. These clowns were on a bad trip, and they were loud about it. And what they give us is a universe devoid of soul. Man looms larger and larger. Notice the gender slant. Man looms larger and larger in the picture. And what this ushers into is fascism, pure and simple. And it's not surprising, because this calling forth of the image of man into larger and larger perspective has been the program of monotheism for 3,000 years. It has been a relentless.
What'd you get today, Pinky? I got a couple things too. I got this stuff to do my hair. I just finished my hair. It's not finished, but mostly. Still need to cut it and re-dye a couple pieces.
Of Hellenistic Judaism that becomes Christianity, the final apotheosis of this point of view is created in the notion that man can be God. That's it. And it is hailed
nice.
as a
cool. What games are you going to play on it?
Infusion of existential validity into the human image. The greatest stride ever, the greatest single stride ever taken in the definition of human ontology. Well, I would like to suggest to you it was the greatest backward step ever taken, because what it did was it shoved nature further and further into the background. Nature is something from which we torment her secrets. This is Francis Bacon. We torture nature to obtain her secrets. The world is created for man. It is for man to remake in his image all this gender stuff. And it is then no wonder.
This is a really good Terrence McKenna talk. I have not heard this one. I really like this one. Are you guys ready for an unboxing? To see what I got in the mail today, too? You guys want to see it? You want to see it? You want to see a trick? You want to see something? See some stuff, guys? Aw, thanks, Pinky. I'm proud of you, too. Alright, guys. Are you ready? You ready for this? If you're not ready, let me know. I can do a couple more things before I do it. But it's a cool thing. I'm excited for it. I'm super excited for it. Da-na-na-na. One in chat if you guys are ready. Okay, sounds good, Pinky. I'll wait then. I'll wait until you're back. I will be right back as well. I'm gonna go do a couple things before we do the unboxing. But yeah, we are about to do the unboxing. Let me go to the just chatting section again. I don't think unboxing is a thing on here. Oh? Is that a game called unboxing? Or is it just unboxing things? Oh, no, it's an indie game. Okay, that makes sense. We'll just do just chatting. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
That building on that foundation, 19th century rationalism, which thought it was putting these things behind it, it conceived itself as anti-clerical, as monotheism and Christianity in some sense, and yet what it really did was it just stripped away the Baroque trappings. Hans Jonas was very acute in pointing out that 3rd century Hellenistic Gnosticism and Heideggerian philosophy are essentially the same thing. It's just that in the Gnostic recension, you know, you get all these sexy, you get demons and angels and levels and the
Did he just call them sexy?
Roma and the clash of the archons. Opera. In the Heideggerian recension, they've just gotten down to the nitty-gritty, but the message is the same. Man is thrown into the unknown. Man is in the abyss, lost. All meaning must come from within. All order must come from an inner vision. We are abandoned. This is Heideggerian language. We are abandoned. Well, this is permission then for pathology, because it is a point of view purchased at the cost of ignoring the facts of the matter. And that is, in my definition, a delusion. A point of view purchased at the expense of the facts of the matter. You know, Whitehead said there are stubborn facts. You can reduce and reduce all you want, but there are certain stubborn facts. Well, one of them is the primacy of nature, a stubborn fact which was ignored by this tradition. Once nature is taken as the ground of being, then the permission to inflate the image of the ego is denied. And I think that this is happening globally, very slowly, under pressure, under duress, because our backs are to
You still
the
don't got
wall.
one, Stan?
We are seeing a
Me either.
planetary crisis unfold before our eyes. And, you know, blame has not yet come into the rhetoric, but eventually it's going to be understood who's to blame. And it isn't the tribesmen of New Guinea or the Indians of Siberia. It is Western, male, scientific, technological hubris that has claimed.
Thank you for the 12 months, my love. Is everyone back now? You guys ready for an unboxing?
While it acted out a
12 months, happy anniversary!
that is rooted in its own traumatic birth, in the sundering of the symbiotic relationship to the vegetable matrix that characterized prehistory. Well, so what I'm offering as a counterpoise to that is this notion of provisional models. Nature is not mute. This is what Sartre said.
I also got this
Nature
like
is
pantsuit
mute.
today. It's very
He
cute.
was
I
another
like
one
it.
of these people who pushed this existential line in one form.
Yeah,
Nature
Stan.
is not mute.
Well, whenever you get
Nature
them,
is
hopefully they'll go down in
full
price.
Of affection and intentionality toward humankind. But intuition must be given prominence in the rearrangement of our relationship with the world. And I talked the other night about
Alright guys, unboxing time. Are you ready to see what I got? You ready? I'm ready. Super excited. Okay. So... I'm dying. Excuse me one sec. Alright, so today I'm gonna be unboxing special edition Project Melody jacket by M.Rage. Look at this box. This box is so cool. I was not expecting the box to be this cool. Like what the heck? I'm gonna keep this box to put like posters in, I think, for my move. But isn't this so freaking cool? Wow. I love it. I love it so much. I haven't even opened it, but it looks so cool, guys. Okay. Wah! Holy shit. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. This is my new coat. Oh my god, it's so cool. I friggin' love it, guys. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Incredible. Very cool. Very hype. Here's the back. With the lovely melody on the back. Wow. This is so freaking cool. It's got designs on the sleeves too. Special edition, authorized science team usage only. Windstriker prototype variant. This is so freaking cool. Wow. I love this. M.Rage. M.Rage. Melody. You guys did incredible with this. I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna wear it right now. I'm gonna try it on. It feels so high quality. It looks so cool. The color is not picking up super accurately. Let me fix it. It's like that. I don't even want to take the tag off. It's so cool. Oh my god. I'm so happy. I'm so happy with this. I'm gonna wear this everywhere. Yay! I love it! Goes great with my pantsuit. Super cool, super wicked. Love it so much. Put the hood up. What do we think, guys? Does it look good on me? Does it look good on me, chat? Okay, I guess I'll take the tag off. I guess I'll take it off. It's obstructing my zipping. What? Okay, I'm keeping the tag, though. This is cool. I'm keeping the tag, and I'm keeping the box. Very cool. I think there's also other VTuber jackets, as well, that they did collabs with. But yeah. I haven't checked out much of M.Rage's stuff, but I've been, a fan of Melody since Origins. So, I love this. I love it. I love it. I'm so happy. Heck yeah, man. Okay, I know I bought this with my money, but thank you so much, Melody. Thank you so much, M.Rage. This is so cool. Ooh, and the sleeves tighten. So if it's like really cold, you can like tighten your sleeves. That's cool. That's really cool. The bottom tightens too. Cool. This is awesome. Wicked. Oh wow, it zips like all the way up too. Oh, and you tighten it here on the hood. Bro, I'm gonna be so toasty. I'm gonna be so freaking toasty in this thing. Holy. Okay. Alright, that's the unboxing, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Melody. Thank you, M.Rage. If you guys want to get this jacket, I'll put the link to it in the description of the bio if there's any left. Because I know I got this on pre-order, so I'm not sure. But I love it.
Induction and intuition, and I want to say just a little bit more about it tonight. Different things. Science runs on induction, which is a very low-grade form of logic. It means you do something over and over again, and if it happens the same way 100 times, you have confidence that the 101st time it will happen the same way. Intuition doesn't work like that. Intuition, as I said the other night, leaves no trail. And most of us are accustomed to thinking of intuition as something feminine, mysterious, unexplainable, and sort of magical. And also, I think, because we live in a male-dominant society, we undervalue it. If someone claims intuition, our position is probably one of prove it. Doubt in the face of the assertion, you see. But there's an interesting thing about intuition that I don't think many people understand or have bothered to look at, which is, did you know, I'll bet you did know, mathematics is based on intuition. Now, half of mathematics would rise with a screech of horror at this statement. But the other half of mathematics calls itself intuitional mathematics. Okay, well now what's going on here? Probably if you are not a professional philosopher of science, you are accustomed to associating mathematics with science rather closely. This is because science, in order to give itself legitimacy, has very slyly appropriated mathematics, especially in the 20th century, to its purposes. But if we talk about what is called pure mathematics, which is the great love of mathematicians, the other kind of mathematics is applied mathematics, and that's for engineers and technologists and is not, what moves them to the edge of their chair. But if we think about pure mathematics, it is an activity carried on in the mind, based on deductive truth. Deductive, not inductive. In other words, a statement is made. It can be anything. All grays are non-X. This is just a statement. We don't yet know what this is going to be about. All grays are non-X. All greens are F sub 1. What we're putting in place are a set of statements that appear nonsensical, but what we will assert is that we should seek a relationship between them and that will then show us something. And this is how mathematics really works. It has very little to do with number. It has to do with the conceptualizing of relationships, conceptualizing them, and then exploring your intuition about these conceptions And then the third and very late stage is you write a formal statement of your cognitive activity around these assumptions. So you see, mathematics is entirely intuitional. It leaves no track. It is drawn from this other domain. Well, why has it been appropriated by science? Well, for a very funny and not well understood reason. Mathematics has been appropriated by science because mathematics has an uncanny ability to describe nature. Completely uncanny. Now, you may have never asked yourself, why is mathematics such a powerful tool for the description of nature? Maybe you thought that somebody else can answer this and that it's not a problem. Well, I've got news for you. It is a problem. Nobody has any good ideas about why mathematics describes nature, but notice that mathematics is an intuitional activity. An intuitional activity describes nature without the intercession of inductive science. Inductive science is a kind of naive holdover from Greek Democritean theories, where everything is conceived of as clearly conceivable and operating according to known laws. But in fact, the deeper structure of nature is not modeled out of an examination of data obtained by measurement. That isn't how it works these days. The deeper description of nature is achieved by taking weird objects from the frontiers of mathematics, these things dreamed up in the confines and depths of the human mind and inside computers, and then laying them over nature and seeing, my gosh, there's a one-to-one correspondence between, let us say, the multidimensional catastrophes described by René Thom and the dripping of a faucet, the turbulence in a brook, the voting patterns in a ghetto. All of these things are seen to be easily modeled by extremely exotic mathematical objects discovered through intuition within the mind. Well, what does this mean? Well, it means, if it means anything, I mean, before we draw the deeper conclusion, what is the conclusion on the surface? It must be that the unaided human mind is more capable of correctly modeling nature than the human mind that works through the methodological inductive approach called science. And in fact, this is clearly true because the world described by science, a scientific description of this room, would say very little about all the important things going on in it. A scientific description of this room would leave out personality, would leave out linguistic intent, would leave out the uniqueness of each of us. For science, we are merely members of the human species. Again, this flattening, this reductionism, this betrayal of the quintessence of the phenomenon in a desperate effort to achieve closure in the modeling process. And so then you do achieve closure, but the model is always inadequate. It's always inadequate. So then there's this sense of frustration. We can't get closure with the model unless we tell a lie.
Look more like a video game character with a jacket. Cool.
The complexity, the interrelatedness, the soulness, the spiritness, the mindfulness. All of these things are, for science, what are called secondary properties. They are epiphenomenal. They are only an aspect of your point of view, like an iridescence on a butterfly's wing or something like that. In fact, that is the classic reductionist definition of consciousness. It is an iridescence that appears on the surface of neural processing that we mistake for true being. And yet somehow we are embedded within this iridescence, and it is from within this iridescence that we launch the descriptive models that then deny our existential validity. Well, so this has been an onanistic exercise, is one way of putting it, and there must be others. Okay, so then what is the path of intuition in relationship to nature that is different from the path of science? In a way, it's only a shift of emphasis. William Blake said, attend the minute particulars. Attend the minute particulars. This is very
Thank you. I'm like Ramona Flowers if she was in a video game. I change it all the time.
Advice for mathematics. And what I'm suggesting here tonight is that we have misconstrued mathematics and have bought the notion that it is a part of science, when actually it stands ready to empower intuition and to sweep science, if not away, at least into a more proper role, more befitting its extremely limited application to the higher orders of reality that we really care about. I mean, science is really, it's the plumbing level of reality. It doesn't catch, you know, the integrated nature of language, the evolution of fairy tale, the dynamics of love affairs, the quintessence of genius. These are the things that as human beings structure and constellate and guide and inform our world. And science has nothing to say about these things. Mathematics, on the other hand, is like the bedrock celebration of these things. It empowers intuition. It discovers intuition to be the most powerful epistemic tool that we have. More powerful than induction, more powerful than deduction. Intuition is the unifying of experience into a gestalt image of the world, a coming together within the organism of a correct imaging of the world. Now, what do I mean by correct imaging? All I mean is a provisional image that carries you to the next moment. This is all we can hope for at this stage. We are much more suited for dancing than for whatever it is that we have been doing. You know, whatever it wasn't dancing. We are a part of nature. We are a part of light. We are a part of the energy field of the planet. We are not its keeper in the sense that it is not given unto us to understand it. That was all a horrible misunderstanding. The idea that we should understand reality and then somehow make something of it. Alfred North Whitehead said that understanding is the apperception of pattern as such. As such. That's all. So here we have a room full of people. Well, it's a pattern. It's many patterns. It's the pattern of how men and women are mixed together statistically as we scan from left to right. If I see a pattern there, I know something about the crowd. I understand something about the crowd. The pattern tells me something, and I call that understanding. But we could analyze the crowd from the point of view of the distribution of young people and old people, or people in colors in the red-blue spectrum as according to the yellow-white spectrum. Each one of these things is a way of analyzing the pattern in the room. And each one of these patterns tells the perceiver more about what is going on in the room. Because the room is not a distribution of young people and old people, a distribution of men and women, or a distribution of garment colors. The room is a mystery, a recessional mystery that presents itself as a series of interlocking patterns of infinite depth. And so in building collective epistemologies, this is what we must ask of these epistemologies, that they give us the experience of understanding. And the experience of understanding is largely intuitional. How much of an experience of understanding do you have when you examine what modern physics is saying about the origin of the universe? I submit not much, because it is so clearly the product of abstraction.
It's kind of
Product
rainbow.
of
I
the
didn't
phonetic
mean to do it that
alphabet,
way,
the
but it
male
did just
ego.
get some green in
They
it.
set
And I was
all
like
the
worried
interesting stuff back in the
when
first 3
it was
minutes.
drying whether or not it would actually look good. But then it dried and it actually looks pretty good. And then I got these like extensions, and I might add a little bit more color next time I wash my hair. And I need to like cut the extensions and blend them better with my hair. But I think it looks really cute. I really like it.
Who can go and look? It's all stacked against empowering the perceiver. It's all stacked against empowering the perceiver. You can't even check the statements these people are making unless you happen to have a $125 million colliding Bevatron or something, and the understanding to use it and interpret the results. So what we have is a priesthood off on the edge of things, propounding great profundities that nowhere touch the heart, nowhere empower the individual, nowhere strengthen the dyad, or reinforce the family, or give support to the downtrodden. It doesn't seem to be about that. In other words, the explanation of the world is not a human explanation.
Thank you.
A human explanation must come from intuition. It must come from
Oh,
poetry.
Lancaster, I just saw
It
that.
must
Thank you
come
so much. I
ultimately
hope you have a great
from
day too.
Experience. And by experience, I don't mean the experimental method of science, which is that things are pulled apart, taken down to their lowest common denominator, and then described. I mean, if you do, that's like believing that you understand Los Angeles if you have the telephone directory. You know? I mean, this is the level of genetics today. What they say they understand life, and they have the telephone directory, and they're talking about Los Angeles because they can look up, you know, where the genes are, the coding for the proteins. You know, does this tell us anything about a broken heart or a Messiah or a Hitler? I don't think so. So what we are trying to do is return the focus of attention to individual experience. We have been slave too long to ideology transmitted hierarchically and based on a tremendously alienating instrumentality. That's what science depends on now, a tremendously alienating instrumentality. What we need to do is empower experience. Well, this is where the psychedelics come in, because citizens don't take psychedelics because it's illegal. Neither do marionettes, neither do robots. None of these well-behaved and mechanistic reductionist images of humanity take psychedelics because it's misbehaving. Misbehaving is a great sin. In fact, it's enshrined as the first sin. You'll regard that the psychedelic issue was there in Eden, and somebody misbehaved, and then they got tossed out forever, and their children's children into the chaos of history. It's interesting to read in Genesis why this was. It was because they will become as we are, says Yahweh. They will become as we are if they eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. I suggest to you that this is precisely what we should seek to do, and that this we is the voice of hierarchy, the voice of paternalism, the voice of the male ego finally right up into the storm god, the volcano god who lies back there in the origins of monotheism. We empower our experience by insisting on our authenticity. It's a wonderful thing to learn to be able to stand up and yell bullshit. I did it when I was about 18 years old, and it was the meme of the hour, and it blew their minds. It did blow their minds. It was uncivil. It was uncivil. It lacked polity. It was rude and crude and correct, because so much is being slung, and nobody is talking about the primacy of experience and the dignity of the individual. The dignity of the individual. We went a long way with this in America before we betrayed it. And it wasn't only betrayed by the clowns in Washington, it's also betrayed by anybody who clusters themselves around the feet of some self-proclaimed nabob. Because the fact of the matter is, nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows. Nobody has the faintest idea. The best guesses are lies, you may be sure of it. And so to pretend that one human being will lead another out of the dark night of ignorance and into the shining light of truth is ludicrous, absolutely grotesque, a product of this empowering of the human image that has gone on through several thousand years of dominator culture. If you want a teacher, try a waterfall, or a mushroom, or a mountain wilderness, or a storm-pounded seashore. This is where the action is. It's not back in the hive. It's not in the anthill. It's not knocking your head against the floor in front of somebody who claims that because of their lineage and whose feet they washed and whose feet they washed, that you should give credence to them. Knowledge is provisional, and we are yet to approach even the first moment of civilized understanding. The way it is to be done is by trusting yourself, trusting your intuition. Reject authority. Authority is a lie and an abomination. Authority will lead you into ruin. It's not real. And it isn't, don't get the idea that it's this liberal rap about how everybody has a piece of the action. You know, the Jews know something, the Buddhists know something, the Huichol know something. Nonsense, rubbish. Nobody knows anything. These are different kinds of shell games that have been worked out by priestly castes of people to keep things under control. Institutions seek to maximize control, control, control. That's what they're into. Did you think they were in the business of enlightening you? Saving your soul? Forget it. Control is what this is all about. And to the degree that we commit ourselves to ideology, we are poisoned. Any ideology.
Thank you so much, Ed. I hope you're having a great night. Hi, Jims.
Objectivism, you name
What's up? How you doing?
Rubbish.
I'm listening to some
rubbish.
Tyrants McKenna and Chillaxin right now.
What is real is
Just posted on Instagram.
And so then what it becomes about is, what are the frontiers of experience? How much of
Just
that
dyed
has
my
been
hair,
taken
did my
away
makeup.
from us by these
Feels good, man.
dominators, by these
I'm still a little bit sick, but
by these
mostly
cults,
better, but still
by
hacking
these
stuff up.
philosophical shell games? Well, a lot. That's the whole story of history. Our growing unease, our growing dis-ease, our malaise is all about the fact that we are kept from the wellspring of experience. We are sexually repressed. You may not feel it, but look back 100 years to a world where pianos wore pants. You know, maybe we've made a little progress on the sexual thing. Maybe not. Maybe more or less than we think. But we are repressed in all of these areas. And we are particularly repressed in the area that relates to the psychedelic experience, because it is raid to the dominator insect invasion. They can't take it. They can't stand it because it empowers the individual. It dissolves the cheerful model of science. It's just exposed as, you know, a nice story. It enriches the accessible universe tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It makes the individual complete within his or her self. And this completion of the individual is extremely destructive to the plan of the dominators, which is that you will be a cog in a machine. You will participate in the life of an organization, not your life, the life of an organization. You will go to some bullshit job. You will pour the best years of your life and your genius and your hopes into this. You will serve an institution. You will serve, 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 serve. Well, it's a bad idea for free people to go along with this. A much better idea would be to insist on the dignity of human beings, to recognize that the freeing of slaves, the giving of the vote to women, the ending of public whippings, that this program of political enlightenment must also then include hands-off on how people want to relate to changing their minds. We are not interested in being sexually regulated by the state, and we are not interested in being intellectually, spiritually, emotionally manipulated by the state. The state should stand down in this issue. The state is acting as the enforcing arm of the dominator culture, specifically of fundamentalist screwballs who, you know, are horrified by all this, by the notion that people would claim the authenticity of their own minds, that people would
Thanks,
stand
Dan. Yeah,
in the
me
light
too.
of nature and reject
Thanks,
original
Jams.
sin
Appreciate
and the
it.
guilt from Eden and, you know, the sins of the fathers and all this rubbish which is handed down. What
Steam
the archaic
helps.
revival
I was doing
is
Steam
going
for
to
a bit.
have to mean, if it has teeth,
Thank you,
is
Jams.
a re-empowering of the individual and a consequent lowering of the profile of institutions, especially government. We need to think about these things because we have bought into the idea that we have to serve and behave and be enslaved, else chaos will engulf the world. We need to carry out our analysis of the situation to the point where we can embrace chaos and see that chaos is the environment in which we all thrive. That's how I've done it for years. You think I could have gotten away with this in the Soviet Union? I don't think so. I require a society on the brink of social breakdown to be able to do my work. And I think a society on the brink of social breakdown is the healthiest situation for individuals. I don't know how many of you have ever had the privilege of being in a society in a pre-revolutionary situation, but the cafes stay open all night, and there's music in the streets, and you can breathe it, you can feel it, and you know what is happening. The dominator is being pushed. It never succeeds. It never is able to claim itself. But on the other hand, history is young. We may have a crack at this. A global society is coming into being. A global society made out of information that was not intended to be ours, but which is ours through the mistaken invention and distribution of small computers, the printing press, all of this stuff. Information is power, and information has been spilled by the clumsy handling of the cybernetic revolution by the dominator culture so that it is everywhere. Never has the situation been more fluid. Never have the opportunities for infiltration, insurrection, and hell-raising been more present at hand. But we have to seize the opportunity. We have to seize the opportunity because the world doesn't have that much more to run unless somebody begins to shake the apple cart. If we don't begin to shake the apple cart, then the apple cart is just going to sail over the cliff and be lost. So the psychedelics are very hot in this because they dissolve boundaries. They dissolve assumptions. And our task, our being the everyone who seeks self